fellas. Johnny, you'll never go away. Johnny, you'll never go away. Johnny, you'll never go away.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, you can hear me. Oh. Well, good morning. Can you hear me? Oh my God. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute. Give her a minute. What was that? Was that it? We go home now? Wait, sound check, sound check. Can you hear me? I don't even know if you can hear me. I know. Oh my. Well, it wouldn't be a Lolo return if it wasn't completely, ridiculous and didn't work. Hello. Let me put some boom on it. Oh my gosh, it's so nice to see you. Do you love it? I love it. Look, I got chartreuse curtains. I just bought myself some chartreuse curtains. Thank you. I'll give you when I'm more confident of my abilities, I actually will give you somewhat of a tour within reason, but it's really nice. I'll take you out on the hi gal, I miss you so much. I miss my plants. I feel like I've been in a hole. I think I've been in a hole for at least a month. This was definitely the worst move of the bunch, and I moved a lot. But this was the worst move of the bunch. But that's okay. It's over. It's over. And we all got it. We all got it done. We all got her done. Yeah, that was it. We come home now. But yeah, good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake with Lolo. I'm Lolo. If you don't know, that was the wonderful, beautiful, inimitable Barbara Streisand as Dolly. I can't remember her last name in that movie. But anyway, it's a great movie, actually. Kind of weird, but that's the time. But it's a great movie and really good music. Anyway, that's one of my favorite scenes. And of course, I thought, oh, what if I could put my face over Dolly's face, over Barbara Streisand's face? And I think, oh, okay, I can do that. I can't sing like Barbara, but I can definitely do that. Anyway, good morning. Oh my God, it's so nice to be back. You think you missed me? Boy, you don't even know. I missed you. I don't have any. Wait, I have a lemon in my. I have a lemon in my kitchen. Oh my God, I do. I have a lemon in my kitchen. Let's see. So, I mean, she was too young for that part, but okay. Yeah, of course, Max. I get it. But you know what? She fucking nailed it, and it was great. It was a great movie. I mean, I thought her and Walter Matthau were cute. Did I ever think they had chemistry? No, but that's okay. I already need tissue. I think you guys make me cry. I think you guys make my nose run. I don't think I ever have this problem except for when you guys are here. So good morning, everyone. Oh my God, I just want to say hello to everyone. Hold on, let me just give me a minute. Give me a minute. Let's see. Mr. Spock. Oh my lordy, look at that. Let's go ahead and move this over. What's the green? Why is it green? Do you see that? Oh, it's because I'm touching it? What? I don't get it. Anyway, I'll have to fix that. I'm not sure. Compact demo. Can we not make it green, please? Could we not make it green? Background opacity. Background opacity. Yeah. It doesn't give me a chance to do that. This is the one thing I don't like about this. Oh, okay, there it goes. Sorry, it got really weird for me. Hopefully it didn't for you. And now I can't see chat. Okay. All right, here we go. Maybe she's still unpacking. Maybe it's Maybelline. Anyway, good morning, Mr. Spock. Hello. Good morning, Audrey, my bestie. Neil is here. Mr. Wonderful Neil with an I. Teresa, my beautiful T. Let's see. Grace. Grace Lisa. Yay. Oh my God, I missed all y'all so much. Carrie. Oh my God, I missed all y'all so much. Yeah, there was supposed to be sound, but you know what I mean. Paul J, my bud. Maxie. Paul J. That's me saying, hold on. Let's see. Beautiful gal. Beautiful, wonderful gal. I can't wait. I have a little gifty I'm going to send along to the kids that in my life that I know, and I can't wait for Gal to get the one for one of her kiddos. I'm so excited. I think they're going to love it. Let's see. Paul's glad he woke up early. Paul, thank you for waking up early. I really appreciate that. You don't even know. It's echoey. Okay, well, that might be something. Maybe it's my proximity to the microphone. That one I don't know. I'm not sure I know how to fix right away, but I will try and figure it out. I wonder, is that better? I don't know. Was it better when I changed the microphone? You've been on a crying roll? Oh, my beautiful Paul. I'll cry along with you. I will do that. I'm sorry you have to cry. I know crying can sometimes be okay because sometimes I just need a good cry. But I don't want to have stuff to cry about. So I'm really there. I hear you. I see you. Auntie Lolo. Hi, Cat. How you doing? Cat's been babysitting me while I've while I've been packing. Cat's been babysitting me because I put the chuds on in the background and then I have to inevitably comment. And so I have to go to Cat's channel to comment because I'm not welcome in any other chats. So I'm really grateful to Kat for yes, thank you, Neil. I love you. Thank you. Please always let me know. Always. Oh, the fires. Paul, we got to talk about those fires and what's happening. And if there's any updates from you, I would really like to get those and know what's happening up there. Because it sounded like it was it sounded a lot like it did when Los Angeles had those fires and they really whipped through. Like they whipped through so fast because it was so windy. It was so windy. So the fires just ripped all the way through. Yeah, Kat, thanks for babysitting me for the month that I was doing my I was like going to daycare. So I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the camaraderie. Anyways, there's a lot going on today, of course. Oh my God. Yeah, I don't know. I just this world keeps getting crazier and crazier, and the disinformation and the mind rot that the disinformation has caused has just about ruined the environment. Meowing Star, good morning, my love. Looks like APAC took out their checkbooks and lit over $30 million on fire. Turns out banking on racism failed in Michigan. Hey, man, you're right, Meowing Star. Congratulations to Abdul El Sayed. I think it's a fantastic win for democracy. It's a fantastic win for progressivism. And I say more. And the face of this country will change and is changing and has changed. It just hasn't been recognized over the coming years. And people need to just kind of deal with it. And you know what the thing is we will talk about this whole like, oh, the democratic socialists, whatever, communism, blah, 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 blah. And yeah, exactly. We'll talk about that because it's fascinating to me how a system of you know kleptocrats are working really, really, really fucking hard to make you scared of a philosophy, I guess, an approach, a political ideology that really just focuses on people, right? And I'm sure there are things within democratic socialism or other things that I might have disagreements with, but I'm going to be honest. Oh my God. Meowing, congratulations. Holy shit. Holy shit. That is so cool. That is so cool. Oh, you don't want to encounter these Canadian drunks, Neil. Believe me. That's congratulations to your sister, Meowing. That's fantastic. I love that. I love that. Hey, Jim Nalgren. My old stomping grounds is on fire. Oh no, they also had a bunch of earthquakes. Really? That sounds really terrible. That sounds really terrible. JFK, good morning, my dear. Thank you so much. Gosh, you always make me feel, I feel seen. Thank you, JFK. You really make me feel seen. And you're very sweet and very kind. And I don't know, I just really I appreciate you. I appreciate all the people, especially in the troll channel. I see sometimes you guys stand up for me. You don't have to often, thank God. But I see little comments here and there about Lolo's okay, and so I really appreciate. I don't think you understand how much I appreciate that. So thank you for that. I really appreciate it. I think the trolls are misunderstood. Let's see. There only are boring Canadian drunks though on YouTube, so that's the problem. Is that there isn't any other actual, thing. Oh wait, I missed this. My 5-year-old grandson bought a 18. Wait, what? Bought an $18,000 tractor online. His father left his laptop open on the kitchen counter. Little guy jumped up and started tapping keys. Did he have to buy it? Does he have that kind of money? Does he have an older uncle? No, I'm just kidding. Peace, love. It is the lounge. It is the lounge. I know. Is this Twitter stuff? No, it's YouTube stuff, but it's really, really bad dregs of YouTube stuff, Paul. It will not help your sobriety in the least. So I would not recommend. Do not recommend. But yeah, it's pretty funny. Let's see what else. Oh wait, I need to put I have a new chair. I got myself a new chair. Yeah. And you know what? Someday I'll show it to you. Ow. But I can put my feet up. Oops, that comment was for Neil. Oh. Let's see. Oh my, it is the lounge and yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, that comment was for Neil. Yeah, no, it's true. We want to make sure Neil knows we're not watching any Canadian drunks that are interesting. We only watch the boring ones. They are pretty boring. I'm going to be honest with you. They are pretty boring. Got a little exciting this weekend with one chud basically sexually abusing another one. But, hey, that's just a Saturday. This is a Saturday on YouTube. But we have other things to talk about that are very, very important. And those people are definitely not important. Let's see. So we do have like 4 different Senate things that are going to start in a few minutes that I would love to kind of offer up for you to see what you would like to watch. Oh dear, oh dear. All right, so first up, I kind of want to start with this one. It's the Finance Committee and the Senate is examining Social Security insolvency. Really important to Mama over here. I need my Social Security, you know what I'm saying? Foreign Relations is also doing a bunch of nominations, which may or may not be interesting. Comments, Science, and Commerce. Comments. What the fuck is that? Commerce, Science. Oh, he is a Timu. No, he's worse though, Max. Like he's actually needs to be locked up. I'm sorry. He needs to be locked up. The man's going to hurt somebody, and it's just we're just watching it kind of play out. We're watching it play out. But you know what? Go with God. The Commerce and Science and Transportation is going to be doing. Well, why don't I move this so I don't keep staring on the side? Adopt and operate technology verification. Oh, so this is the there's a markup of a bill to limit or to do age verification on social media websites. Hold on. Oh, too many wires. So that's something that might be interesting to mark up that bill. That's the Commerce, Science, and Transportation. And then finally, we have the good old judiciary. Now, this one might be interesting because there's a bunch of judges, federal judges being, examining their nominations kind of thing. So, but I think unless anybody has a real strong feeling, I think I'm going to start us with the Social Security one and see. Sun's out, may have to move to the front porch. Oh my God, Paul, I hope you do that. I'll try not to, I'll try and be, a little more neighbor friendly too in my language. Oh, why am I? Sun's out. Yeah, we have a beautiful balcony. We're going to be doing some beautiful streams from the balcony. We're also going to be doing some amazing kitchen streams. We got a kitchen, folks, that operates. Yeah. All right, let me see if I can pull up this little BITCH. And then I have about 6 or 7 articles that I'd really like to read. So we might be here for a minute. I'm just going to say. Oh, sun's out and guns are out. Yeah. What? Where is it? No, I want to go to the, no. I want to go to your, give me your YouTube, please. Open in a new, well, no. Okay, Committee on Finance. Hold on. Hold, please. We are now processing. I hope you guys have been good. I missed you so much. There's so many times I wanted to go live and I just couldn't. Your grandson moved back from Colorado. What? Teresa, that's our baby. That's so exciting. Oh. I'm glad Max is dealing with those Canadian drunks here. Yeah, really. No, we're taking care of a pretty big portion of them. Either you guys have a lot of drunks or we found all of them. I don't know. So I feel like I've met a lot of Canadian drunks. I mean, I've met a lot of, kratom addicts in the United States too, but it seems to me that Canada really has cornered the market on drunks. My favorite name, though, I'm sorry about this, but my favorite name is 16-Pack Cindy. That's my favorite. That's my favorite name. I actually think I came up with 6-Pack Cindy, but I don't know. I might just be like dreaming that I did, but I might have named her that. I wish I did. Maybe I wish I did. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm in a silly mood. Okay. So that's the markup. Oh, no. Vice President. Oh, God. Oh, I didn't even know this was happening. Vice President. Hold on. In fact, I'm just going to share the screen. I'm going to share this entire. Wait, am I? No, I don't want to share that, do I? What do I share? I don't even know what to share. Okay, well, I guess. Well, wait a minute. I don't know. Do you guys want to check in on the JD? I'll hold it up there. Oh God, damn, bless America. All right, finance. I guess I should do a poll or something. I'm not really bad at that stuff. No. Oh, I don't smoke inside my room though anymore, so I can't just whip it out. I got to go out on the balcony. So we got to figure out like a little a smoke break shot, you know? That's what we have to do. He surprised me on his birthday, August 3rd, knocking on your door. Oh my God, Teresa, that's absolutely the most adorable thing I've ever seen in my life. That's the most adorable thing. Oh, I'm so happy for you. Dean, good morning. Good morning, Dean. How are you? I hope you're good. I hope you're good. Nice to see you, Mr. Wall. How are you doing? Jane! Hey, Lolo. Hey, Lounge. Have a great show back. Where are you going, Jane? Are you not staying? I mean, I don't, you don't have to, but. Why can't I find the YouTube channel for the finance committee? Oh, well, it doesn't matter. It's okay. I can get it from here. Oh, wait. I better move him because he'll make noise. It's time for my daughter to get up. Dun, dun. What? What? Really? You're not gonna? Okay. Nope. Okay. How do I? Can't I? Okay. Okay. Share. Did it do the sound though? Oh my God, what am I doing? Undo that. No, don't stop sharing. Stop sharing. That's really weird. Why did it do that? I wonder. Wait, what? Window. The window to your soul. La, 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 la. I wonder why I can't see my tab. Why can't you see my tab? Is this going to work? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's going to work. Yeah. Oh, wait, I got to move this. Oh, what am I going to do with that? Oh, my God. What am I going to do with that? Oh, my God. Oh, my God, everybody. What are we doing? I'll do that. I'll do this. I'll do that. I'll do this. I'll do that. My daughter's is August 25th. Stephanie, where'd you come from? Where are you? I missed you. Okay, everybody, stop giving your birthdays and your social security numbers. Stop it. Let's see. Let me make sure I want to catch up. Stephanie, yeah, you're back. You can't smoke it. Well, I don't want to. I probably could, but I don't want to. I'm gonna be a good girl. Yeah, I think I'll just smoke out. I mean, I have to figure out how to take you guys out there. I have a beautiful balcony. I have a really nice balcony. We'll take you out there. I'll figure this out. Your setup looks nice. Miss the lights. You know what you missed, Jane? You missed the opening number. Okay, come on now. Max. Oh, really? What's your social security? That's a joke we have in this thing. Yeah. Your mother's maiden name. Infinite chat. Yeah, sun's out and buns out, Paul. I hope so. Hope you're going to be showing your butt. Showing your butt, Paul. You missed the lights. I missed them too. The beautiful, beautiful lights. Let's see. What else? I'm gonna check on the vice president and see what he's doing. Make sure he's okay. Let's see. Yeah, this is really kind of an incredible time. I don't, when we were all like before the election and everything, and I was like, there's no way that this country can vote in such an obvious fascist. And I was listening to Heather Cox Richardson last night and catching up on her podcast from earlier in the day. And she talks about just I can't remember how she put it. Anyway, I'll come back to that because I do want to talk about she did a really good piece yesterday about where we are and why we are here right now, and there was just some interesting pieces. Anyway, I'll find it for you. I don't know, my brain is not back yet. Does that make sense? Guys, you're not really starting very fast, are you? Are you, dear? Make sure the vice president doesn't interrupt us. But yeah, I mean, I really come back to the fact that disinformation has warped the minds of so many people in this country, and it's not that they are like need different information to confront them. For example, during my hiatus, I was in a chat argument, or not argument, a conversation. This chud was like, well, the Haitian people, so we're talking about TPS ending, and they said the Haitians should just go back and if they need, we should go, no, that's what it was. We should go in and take out all the gangs. And then people from Haiti can go back to their country and they can, but and he said, this is good. He said, if the Haitians aren't able to, do it themselves, and I'm like, oh boy. So, and this is a guy who claims to want to try and understand, or I think it's not, it's a bunch of bullshit. But I think there is a lot of, it's not an unwillingness it's not a lack of information that, makes people the way they are. It's it's that they don't agree with the information, right? Like, no new gangs would appear, of course. Yeah, that's the kind of stuff, Neil. It's kind of stuff that to me as an adult is relatively obvious, even if I don't know a lot about how, community structures work, or, I don't know what you would call that, social sciences kind of stuff. I don't know all the ins and outs of how those things work, but there is actual scholarship on how those things work and what happens when you create vacuums inside countries and all that geopolitics stuff. And so there's two things at work here. One is, I don't think people want to understand what's different about their views. And oh wait, is it not sharing the sound? Hold on. It's getting a little weird. Hold on, let me just make sure let me fix it. Let me fix it now. Somehow it doesn't like do the sound like immediately. Oh, I know why. Oh, I know why. Because I'm stupid. Here we go. It's better.
Provides critical benefits to millions of seniors with disabilities and their families. Individuals
Sound
as
check
well.
okay?
For many Americans, it is the cornerstone of retirement security. It also provides vital support to workers who can no longer earn a living due to severe injury or illness, and to families who have lost a loved one. For decades, the Social Security Board of Trustees has recommended that Congress act quickly to address the program's long-term financial challenges. According to the trustees' latest projections, the Old Age and Survivors Insurance Trust Fund will be exhausted in late 2032. If Congress fails to act before then, incoming program revenues will be sufficient to pay only 78% of the promised benefits. Congress has a responsibility to protect and strengthen Social Security for current beneficiaries and future generations. The longer we wait, the more difficult this challenge will become. The last comprehensive effort to improve Social Security's solvency took place over 40 years ago and culminated in the Social Security amendments of 1983. Those reforms were preceded by high-level bipartisan negotiations, informed and facilitated by the work of the National Commission on Social Security Reform, what was known as the Greenspan Commission. That process demonstrated the value of creating a forum where policymakers could work through difficult issues and build consensus on a bipartisan basis. More than 2 decades later, I participated in another bipartisan effort to develop recommendations to address our nation's long-term fiscal challenges. Along with Senator Dick Durbin, the Democratic co-author of one of the process bills that will be discussed today. As a part of its work, the National Commission on Fiscal Responsibility and Reform, often referred to as the Bowles-Simpson Commission, developed a bipartisan Social Security solvency plan. While the Commission's recommendations ultimately did not receive support necessary to move forward, its work has informed subsequent Social Security solvency discussions. As Social Security approaches a pivotal moment, members of Congress have proposed a variety of process reforms designed to facilitate bipartisan discussions and help develop lasting solutions. And that's part of the reason we are here today. Today's hearing will examine those approaches and consider what lessons can be drawn from past efforts. Before I turn to Ranking Member Wyden, I'm going to briefly lay out how the rest of the hearing will proceed. After Ranking Member Wyden gives his opening remarks, generally we go immediately to the witnesses, but today we're going to let other members of the committee, if they choose, to have a 5-minute opening statement. Some of these members will, I'm sure, use this 5 minutes to talk about their ideas.
It's 3 months faster.
Once members conclude these opening statements, we will turn to our witnesses for their opening remarks and then proceed to member questions. I want to thank our witnesses for being here today, and I look forward to your testimony.
Yes, I will,
and now
Mr.
I turn to
Durbin.
Ranking
Sometimes I
Member
won't.
Wyden for his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I share your view that we've got an excellent panel of witnesses and a good start to this issue. We're going to be discussing the future of Social Security, as sacred an issue as there is in America. The trust fund is going to be depleted before the end of the next presidential administration. Several Republican members of the panel will say that they have a solution, some sort of unaccountable commission that rubber stamps benefit cuts like increasing the retirement age. It seems that every time some Republicans get their hands on these sort of ideas for Social Security, life gets worse for older people that count on the program to get by. Now, thanks to Donald Trump and the big, beautiful bill, the crisis is speeding up. Senators elected this fall will be in office when Social Security becomes insolvent, and Republicans started this fire, and now they're claiming they're the ones that can put it out. The consequences of insolvency are severe. Americans who paid into Social Security out of every paycheck during their working years would no longer receive full benefits. 1 in 4 seniors rely on their earned Social Security benefits for virtually all of their income. That number is even higher for people receiving disability benefits or kids who lost a parent. Trump and the MAGA crowd give huge tax breaks to billionaires and massive corporations. That's what they did last year. And that bill plundered Social Security by $168 billion. You don't have to take my word for it. The number comes from the Social Security Actuary Office itself. So here's my bottom line. I want to work on a bipartisan basis to fix the problem and protect typical retirees from missing out on their earned benefits in a little more than 6 years. That can be done by updating Social Security to reflect the economy of today and ask billionaires to pay their fair share through the payroll and income taxes. That's it. So I wish that the Finance Committee was here to make sure that we have a substantive debate. Instead, the concept being discussed today would act as a shortcut for Republicans to carry out their long-sought goal of slashing Social Security benefit for retirees and raising taxes on middle-class folks. In my view, supporting this kind of flawed idea would be a dereliction of duty. something that I would never be part of.
Okay, listen, can everybody look at what Max is saying? The cap on deducting Social Security taxes, right, from your paycheck is $184,500. If they raise the cap, that means that more information or more money would come out of people's taxes as they go along, and that would fund Social Security. And yeah, it does get raised, but that's the point, is that there is an answer. There is a solution. Now, it's going to require some rich people to be willing to do things to ensure that all boats rise. But there's where the key point is are you a person who wants all boats to rise, or are you a person who wants to get theirs and fuck everybody else? It's the same thing with trans rights and other things. You know, do you want to have everyone live in peace and be able to navigate their lives without obstruction or hate or violence? Then you believe in trans rights because trans rights are human rights. If you feel like those people already have enough rights, then you don't, A, you don't understand the problem, and B, you basically are willing to cut people out of basic common recognition for your own fear of something. So yeah, there's another chud. Actually, the Haiti chud wants to debate me. So we might do it, because I just might do it. You really want to go there? I don't think you want to go there, but that's okay. Just bring your Google.
This is the work we were sent to Congress to undertake. Quaint idea. We do the work that we're sent to Congress to do. Handing off that responsibility to somebody else, to me, is just buck passing. So in the words of basketball great Allen Iverson, and I quote, "We're talking about practice, not a game. We're talking about practice." Instead of talking about talking, this body should get to work on finding a solution to the Social Security solvency challenge and having that debate in public view. Democrats on this committee have put forward their idea.
Yeah, but Max, sorry to keep interrupting, but Max, isn't it that, like, do I now get a penny for penny what I put into the Social Security program? Or do I get more out of the Social Security program? You know what I mean? I don't know how it works. I honestly am asking. Is it like, you know, is it that do I get every dollar for dollar that I put into the Social Security system over the 30 years that I worked? I don't know. I don't know that, because I feel like, I mean, my retirement is going to go until I'm dead, basically. If they raise the tax cap on high earners but do not raise their future monthly checks, the program ceases to be a structurally universal system and functionally operates as a means-tested program. But that's not really true. But is that? I mean, but I guess what I'm saying is, in practical ways, do I, now receiving Social Security benefits, do I get dollar for dollar what I put in, or do I get more than I put in? Or maybe I just get the amount I put in. No, you don't, right? Like, I get more than I put in, I think. Yeah, I'd have to. Unless they think I'm going to die soon. Come on, Reaper. No, the universal programs all have the identical rule structures, which makes sense, Max. And I definitely understand what you're saying. I guess and I want it to be fair. I don't want it to be inequitable. I guess I'm just saying, I feel like I take more out of it than I put in, but I mean, I could be wrong. I worked for 30 years. Maybe I put in more. We continue to make improvements and adjust accordingly as part of the ongoing project to best match the needs of the White House. What does that even mean? What does that even mean?
Yes. Through our plan, Social Security can be secured indefinitely into the future without a single dime of cuts
Hey,
to a current
Urban,
or
how are
future
ya?
retiree.
Good to
That
see
means no
you,
raising the
Peter.
retirement
You're
age,
from
no cost
Twitter.
of living haircuts,
Hey, bud.
and no means testing benefits. But it does require the billionaires who've seen their wealth skyrocket to over $9 trillion this year while working people suffer. Those billionaires would pay their fair share.
Uh-oh. I think
Instead
I
of having a
hear
public debate,
I think I
the
hear a couch
commission
fucker
that's
somewhere
being
in the background.
discussed
Hold on.
would smuggle in benefit cut plans with minimal public scrutiny or debate. I
Oh
reject
my
that
God.
approach.
Can you just look
I'm going
at
to
this
oppose
picture for a
efforts to set
minute?
up a plan like
Holy
that.
I gotta take a picture.
I've got
of this.
faith that every member of this committee has the wherewithal to engage in an important debate here and now. Not a commission, but a debate here and now. But it requires the courage to stand behind your ideas in full public view, and the American people deserve no less. So I thank our witnesses for joining the committee. I look forward to the discussion. Mr. Chairman, as we discussed, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record a statement from Senator Gillibrand, and I would also ask unanimous consent to enter in
Look
the
at
record
this
a
fucking
statement from the
picture.
Alliance for Retired Americans.
Look at these idiots.
And that's a request for both documents.
Without
Idiot,
objection.
Idiot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Idiot.
And before I go to the members, I
idiot.
just have to correct something. Senator Wyden, this hearing is not to push a specific proposal. This hearing is to talk about all the options on the table. That's why we have a broad array of witnesses. And
Oh no, that's not what I wanted. Hold on. Sorry, fucked up. I fucked up. Dear Jesus, I fucked up. Sorry. She's a little bit rusty. She's a bit rusty. Stop it. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Stop sharing. Okay, now we're back. Sorry. Crapo. Crap shit. Crap fucker. The high earners often already get back less than they contribute. Well, then it is kind of like a basically a means tested thing. Thanks, Urban. Ugh, good. Don't go to Grassley. He went to poop. Grassley went to poop. Poop time. Oh, that's worse. Oh. Cassidy, Kennedy. Okay. We're not talking about solutions. We're talking about process. Not solutions. Don't bring me your damn solutions. I need your process comments. Oh, yeah. The Republicans are really working for you guys. Oh, boy. Excuse me? Oh, you fuck off. Oh, wait, can you guys hear it? Can you hear it? Oh, okay. That's what I thought, Stephanie, because I thought you guys couldn't hear it. So what happened? I'm so sorry, you guys. I'll fix this. I'll get better at this. I promise. I promise. I promise. I promise. I'm so sorry. She's rusty, folks. She's rusty. She's a rusty, rusty girl. Oh, I see what. Wow. Can that just be the default, bitches? Can it be the default that the sound is
If
shared?
if the other side of the aisle thinks that they've got a great idea, they should want this process. They should want this process because that would give them the opportunity to present to the American people and to this committee and to the Senate their particular perspective. To say that you don't even want a process, however you kind of put all kinds of fancy words about it and rhetoric about that side and this side, if you say you don't even want a process, it means you don't want to take it on. That you've decided it's more important to be a politician and to have an issue to divide our country than to be a senator who's looking for solutions. By the way, I have an idea, I'll be honest about that, bipartisan, with multiple Democrats on the others, multiple Democrats supporting the idea. But that doesn't mean my idea will be the one that's accepted. We today are only talking about setting up a process where the American people have the opportunity to have input in order at the end of that process would bring to this committee a product to be considered or rejected and replaced with another product. That is regular order.
Whoa, calm
And
the
to start
fuck
saying
down,
it's partisan
fucking
and we're cutting
RFK
benefits,
person.
that is not true. Why am I so passionate?
Yeah, why are you so
Guess
passionate?
what? You know what's really
Why
going
do
to
you-
cut seniors? If we don't fix it and there's going to be
Yeah, you know what really, really chaps my hide there, Mr. Cassidy, is why you allowed RFK Jr. to become the HHS secretary. Oh, wait, there's another thing. Why you continue to ignore that the man that you work for is likely a child rapist, as proven by many different 302s from many different people across the time period. So frankly, sir, you simp for a rapist. And not only a rapist. No. He one-ups it. He's a child rapist. That's right. So I want you to hold the image of him shoving his into a child's mouth, Cassidy. I want you to hold that image in your head and tell me about how indignant you are and how they're lies. You fucking simp. You fucking pedo protector. I can't even. The outrage is ridiculous, and it looks ridiculous on this idiot. And you know why he's really mad? Because people are accusing the Republicans of trying to cut Social Security, which is exactly what they've talked about doing. Holy shit, does he think we don't have ears? Does he think we don't hear what people are saying, what Rand Paul is saying, what the president is saying, what Scott Bessent is saying? I listen to Scott Bessent. And Scott Bessent is pretty clear that he would love to privatize Social Security and get it into the markets. And guess what? JP Morgan Chase is waiting, chomping at the bit to be the holder of all of those accounts. You can read about it. So excuse me, Mr. Dr. Cassidy, if you would save some of that outrage for the shit that actually your party is responsible for, and that you are continuing to push, you need to check your party registration because clearly maybe you're not who you think you are. Oh, that
by law a 22 to 28% cut in benefits for every senior currently receiving Social Security, or will increase taxes by 40%. Boy, won't that gut the ability to save money for retirement for the American people. Or we'll just borrow lots of money and destroy our country's
that's what your
credit
boss
rating.
is doing.
And every
You know what really makes me mad? You want to know what really makes me mad? Is the fact that all of this was by design. And this guy is sitting there acting like, why are you mad at me? We're not doing anything bad. Literally, your party, sir, your president, who you support, who is the child rapist, your president is the one who has committed war crimes that will come to haunt him. I'm sorry, that's going to happen. Hegseth, you're going to look great in orange. You know? So that stuff's going to come back to haunt you. The Mar-a-Lago Accord, can I remind you, Senator, that this administration are the ones who developed the demise of the American economy in order to create some kind of geopolitical position and basically take over countries like Venezuela and just take their money? Yeah, raising the age is a cut to benefits. This man is really trying hard to act very indignant about something that he has no right to be indignant about. And all he needs to do is listen to his compatriots, and they will tell him what they want to do with Social Security. And it is real. And I'm offended by him being so very upset. When women are dying in parking lots, still maternal mortality has gone up in this country since the Republicans took over. Oh my God, it's mind-blowing to me that anybody votes for these assholes. It really is.
Every year we wait, it gets worse. Now, I have been told by Bernie Sanders and by Lindsey Graham, Bill, I'm quoting Lindsey now.
Well, Lindsey's dead.
You're a lousy politician, but you're a good senator.
No, you're not.
I took that as a compliment.
No, you're not.
I challenge all of us.
You're not
to
a good
be
senator.
Lousy politicians, but to be good senators.
Oh my God.
Because right now, the longer we wait, the harder it is for our country, and the more that a senior is going to see their benefits go away,
Yeah,
and the more
exactly,
the American
Jim.
people, more
There's
likely the
waiting
American
periods
people will
for
see their taxes
senior
go
housing.
up,
Yep.
or our country will have to borrow so much money that we will go into oblivion.
Oh, what happened with all the great tariff money that was going to end and all the great deals and the investment in this country that was going to end our deficit? Oh, last time I checked, the deficit is higher than it's ever been and accelerating. Why? Since we cut all this money from the government, why in the world do we have such a strong national debt when we have all this cutting of government expenses? Why has that happened? I thought we were going to save a bunch of money and then pay down the debt. The debt's higher than it's ever been and climbing. What are we spending that money on? Oh, I wonder. Could it be a war that we started? Could it be a war that we started and closed the Strait of Hormuz and possibly the Suez Canal? Is it possibly that that's what we've done, self-inflicted on the world? All of this is Trump's fault. Literally. And I don't mean Trump. I mean the Trump regime. Because trust me, he can't come up with two thoughts on this one. But there's plenty of people telling him what to do. Oh, 10 jewels. I love that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hi, Lauren. I wish there was only a 2-year pay. You're hiding. I wish I could show that on the screen. I can't show that. So this guy says there are 3 choices: cut benefits, raise taxes, horrors, borrow money, horrors. I guess the choice is clear. Yeah. Yeah, how much is this illegal war costing us? I have a story I'm going to read to you about munitions. Yeah, who's cashing? Well, actually, we know who's cashing that check, Jim. Hello, have you seen her new Louboutins? Yeah, she fucked off to China. Did you notice that? The minute Mitch went belly up, she fucked off to China and said, "You know what? I'm gonna gild my lily here." Sorry, I know.
Let's be patriotic.
Look, we're
Let's be
patriotic.
good senators. Let's be here to make the hard decisions. No, not on a particular solution, because what we're considering today is only a process bill. It sets up not an independent commission, which is isolated from the influence of the voters. It sets up something which ultimately comes to this committee. This committee, with everybody on this committee answerable to the voters. And everybody on this committee then having to take a vote on either that which is produced or an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
To develop the
that would
solution.
again go to the floor of the
vote on it.
Senate, where every senator who's answerable to the people of his state or her state would again have a chance to weigh in. This is the way the process is supposed to work. And what we're considering today is basically a time agreement. And time agreements are how things are done around here. I am
Yeah,
so
4 to 6
frustrated
years. I know.
by this kind of, let's be
We're going to
political.
start the compound stuff.
Let's just one more time use this as a wedge issue. No, let's be good senators. Let's be good senators. Let's vote for a bill that sets up a process in which anybody's proposal can be considered, heard, and voted on and chosen. This is not about a solution.
He does have a lot
This
of
is about a
feelings today.
process to
Maybe he's
arrive at a
seen his
solution.
own
If you care about the United States and if you care about
in his
seniors,
friend
we should be
Lindsay's
voting for this bill
untimely
today.
demise.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. Senator
That's right. We
Warner.
work together for the
Well,
untimely
thank you, Mr.
demise
Chairman.
of
and
Mr.
Thank you for holding this hearing. Good to see some folks like Mark on the panel. You know, this is something, I appreciate everybody's passion on this issue that you and I worked on, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
We started, I think, our first gang.
That's right.
Gang of 6. We didn't obviously get it done, or we wouldn't be here today still debating this issue. I do believe the only way we're going to get this solved, though, is through a bipartisan effort. We know Social Security is the most important commitment our country makes to seniors and to surviving spouses and children, people with disabilities. It supports 70 million Americans.
Oh, yeah.
It ensures another
Every senior housing, it
239
doesn't
million
matter
workers
where it
against
is,
the risk of
has a
aging,
waiting list.
disability, and death of a spouse or a parent. We also know that in 6 years, and one of the things about this, where I agree with Senator Cassidy, some of this is, it's math. We're going to hit this cliff. In the fourth quarter of 2032, retirement trust fund is depleted, and every beneficiary takes an automatic cut of about 22%.
It's a good idea,
That's what happens if
Stephanie.
we do nothing.
It's a good
For
idea.
Virginians, it means nearly 1.5 million Virginians who receive some form of Social Security benefits will have a dramatic cut in those benefits. And when the trust fund runs dry, the average Virginia retiree stands to lose more than $500 a month. In my state, that's close to $9 billion taken out of the pockets of Virginia seniors. A typical couple retiring in 2033 would lose nearly $17,000 a year. You know, this is going to be a disaster. And the thing that's also coming on top of this is, as I know the chairman and ranking member knows, the Medicare Hospital Insurance Fund is about to go solvent a few months after that. That's another hit of 11%.
Alrighty.
So, and for those of us who have been talking about this, we go way, way back in time, in 2010, when we were starting some of these efforts. So Social Security's 75-year shortfall was $5.4 trillion in 2010 dollars. Now it's $30 trillion. And I think we all know every year the math gets uglier. We can talk about the processes. The one thing that we looked at, and I look forward to continuing, I've laid out ideas, taken hits from both sides on some of the ideas I had. One thing I hope, as we are forced to grapple with this,
Oh,
that
yeah.
whatever
Try having a
situation
test, yeah.
around caps and age and benefits, that we also set in process something where we don't wait another 30 or 40 years before we take it up again. One of the things, Mr. Chairman, you and I worked on together was something that said, you know, every 10 years you'd have an automatic reset to make it the trust fund solvent for 50 years going forward. So you don't allow us to get into the ditch we're at this point. I'm open to all ideas. Again, as somebody who's already taken the hits on laying out some controversial ideas, I think we're going to have to come back and address them again. But I do believe that having these kind of hearings to set up this stage so that we know it's coming. We can't pretend like it's we didn't see this coming very directly. And obviously, as I think those of us who've wrestled with versus Medicare, which is a real challenge, this one starts with just plain old math. And I think reasonable people working on this could maybe get it right. We might not even need to go to a AI-based solution. We might be able to actually, as senators, put our heads together and sort this out. So thank you for giving me the opportunity.
I might have more faith in AI right
Thank you,
now.
Senator Warner. And I, too, fondly remember our work together on the Gang of Six, and I hope we can do another similar endeavor that puts it over the goal line this time. Senator Johnson.
Yeah, my
Hey,
confidence
Mr. Chairman,
is huge
you
right
know, my
now.
30 years in manufacturing solved an awful lot of problems,
That's how much.
and you realize there's a process to solving a
Oh,
problem.
baby.
You know, the first is to admit you have one, which I think we
Okay, I
all
love
admit we
you.
have the problem.
I hope you get that.
The
You
second
need to have that.
step is
that piece
even
of
more
money.
crucial, so you have to properly define it. The last step is the solutions. And around
No, come
here,
on,
what
come on forward, James.
what seems to happen all the time
Come
is
on
everybody's
forward.
got their piece of legislation, they've already got the solution, but they haven't properly defined the problem. So let me, I guess, throw out there, the problem we have to deal with is the fact we're $40 trillion in debt, heading to $60 trillion. We need to agree on common facts, okay? One of the facts that we have to grapple with is benefits already exceed revenue. But again, we're honoring those benefits, right? When the trust fund runs out, it shouldn't be a calamity. We're just going to have to plus up those benefits, and we'll probably do that. One fact we ought to recognize is that a U.S. government bond held in the hands of a government agency has no value. The trust fund's a fiction. Another thing we ought to grapple with is Social Security is a legal Ponzi scheme. I get criticized for saying, but that's exactly what it is. We extracted money from taxpayers, investors. We spent the money,
that's
it's
excellent.
gone,
I
it
love
got
that juxtaposition.
paid out to earlier investors, and there's nothing in value. We have to recognize that reality. I often hear from constituents who go, that's my money. Well, it is to a certain extent. But I want to enter in the record table 1, money's
This
worth
guy's never gonna
ratios
have
for
to worry about Social Security,
hypothetical
by the way.
workers with various earnings
Hey,
levels. So
Lee!
basically what this says is
I love
the Social Security recipient
go.
receives what they receive for each dollar they put into the
Ron.
fund. And it ranges from a low of getting back 59 cents on the dollar to a high of getting $4.78 on the dollar. So again, this, that's it's a fiction. It wasn't set up as an investment fund. You'll not solve this problem if you're not willing to recognize how grossly mismanaged Social Security was for decades by politicians, by our predecessors. They squandered the money. There's nothing of value there.
Okay.
And even worse than that, they have run up enormous deficits, $40 trillion in debt, so we may not have the financial wherewithal to continue to plus up benefits. Personally, I'm amazed that the debt bomb hasn't already gone off. But it hasn't, because I guess we're the least worst in terms of governments around the world. We're still a safe haven. But again, what I would suggest is let's agree on common facts. Before we leap to solutions, let's agree on that. I held a budget hearing yesterday. The title was Medicaid: The Reality. And I know my Democrat colleagues must have got under the skin, because in the end they said, you turned this into a debate society. Well, it's exactly what we're doing here. I thought this was the greatest deliberative body. But they didn't like the fact when they would lie and say that we want to cut and slash. I heard the exact same words from the ranking member today. We're going to cut and slash Social Security. No, we're not. That's a lie. We're not cutting and slashing Medicaid. The facts on Medicaid, which I kept having to repeat, 2014, the start of Medicaid expansion, we spent $300 billion. 2019, before the pandemic, $400 billion. Last year, $668 billion. This year, we'll probably spend $735 billion. I have not seen a projection where that number decreases. Where do you get cut and slash? It's a lie. Quit lying. Start telling the truth. Start acknowledging reality. So I'm all for a process, but please, God, please, let's have the process go in the right order. Let's start defining the problem with facts. Let's agree on the facts. Stop lying about people.
Oh, this is
Stop
rich.
saying that we want to do, no,
This
we
is
want to
rich.
preserve Social Security. And the best way to do.
This is fucking rich. Listen to this. Listen to the outrage. Listen to the fucking outrage. don't lie. Y'all are saying it, okay? Stop telling us to not listen to what you're actually saying. And Ron, if you don't think that somebody's saying it, then maybe you're not listening to people like Mrs. Beasley, Kevin Hassett, whoever else. I mean, please, people, can we now agree that when we imagine the worst things that they can do, that is exactly what they are going to do? Because they have already done those things. So the absolute outrage and the pearl clutching that these men are doing is ridiculous. Yeah, so skirty. I don't those birds are so skirty. You tell us about Moscow on July 4th.
Do that is reduce the deficits so we don't run into this massive debt bomb that's going to blow up on our face. And we won't.
Bitch, you fucking did it. Oh my God. You are the ones. You are the ones who added 10 trillion at least to the deficit with your big tax cut for corporations. It's that you did it. You're the ones who did that. We didn't do it. You're the one who did it. Oh my God. This, you know what? Stop this line. That's what I'm going to say now. Stop this line. Because that's a lie. The deficit, the debt, all of those things have gone up specifically because of this president. Oh my God. Kim, are you home yet? Did you make it home?
Don't have the wherewithal to plus up the benefits when the fiction of the Social Security Trust Fund runs out. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Whitehouse.
Yeah.
Well, this hearing is not about Medicaid, but let me just point out that there is, in fact, around $1 trillion in cuts that are coming to Medicaid.
We'll find a way,
and we know that is a fact because fact-based people out in the real world, like hospitals and nursing homes and doctors' practices, are already planning their finances for the crash in revenue that's going to come from the Republican-built red tape bomb that's going to go off in Medicaid to basically drive people off it because they won't be able to keep up with the red tape requirement. So that's where we are on that. I can't let that go unrebutted. With respect to Social Security, well, the trust fund's going to be exhausted a year earlier than predicted. A lot of that's thanks to the billionaires bill that the Republicans jammed through. It hits in 2032, just 6 years from now. Where are Democrats? We've been pretty out there. We've got bills. You can look at them, kick the tires, take your pot shots. We have legislation that will make Social Security solvent for as far as the actuarial eye can see without cutting benefits. Where's the Republican proposal?
No, I think, Lauren.
Where is it?
It
doesn't exist. They want to go into a back room and get wheeler deals done that allow for benefit cuts and things like that that they don't want to own, so they don't want to put it out there. That's where we are. The first thing that we should see is if Republicans want to solve Social Security, put your plan on the table. Why hide it? What do you want to do? Put it out there. We've done that. So while we're at it on Social Security, not only is it running out of trust fund, but we've also got Social Security Administration internal collapse thanks to Musk and his wretched little doggy boys going in and getting lots of people fired from their jobs. We've got reporting that his little doggy boys took data, planning to take Social Security private data and offer it to private employers. So there are a lot of problems with Social Security, but the big one is how do we make sure that benefits don't get cut in 2032? And we've got a plan. We're not ashamed of our plan. We put it out there. It's actually not complicated. You actually make people who are making huge amounts of income pay the same Social Security taxes as everybody else all the way up the rest of their income. And if they're dodging their income because they're really fancy and they've been able to park it through various types of corporate obscuring, go hunt that down and actually make sure that they've got to pay Social Security on that as well. You shouldn't be able to hide your income through a corporate device and dodge Social Security
should be
that way.
wrong.
It's still income, you're still spending it. That's still, the way your world works. So we can do that. Remember the day when Biden at the State of the Union said, no benefit cuts to Social Security? And the whole room stood up, standing O, unanimous bipartisan applause. Well, if we're still there, the math is really simple. If you don't cut benefits, you got to add revenue. Where would you want to go for revenue? Why not to the highest income people who aren't paying into it now beyond what an ordinary nurse or plumber would? It doesn't make any sense. Why would you reward people for dodging their income through corporate screens so that they don't have to count it as payroll? They bring it in other ways. This shouldn't be hard. This shouldn't be hard. And the first step, frankly, is going to be our Republican colleagues, put up or shut up. Give us a plan. If you don't have one, let's have a vote on ours. And you can vote it down and own that. But we have been very clear. Multiple Democrat senators have put out plan after plan that will make Social Security solvent. Mine actually makes Social Security and Medicare solvent for 75 years, as far as the actuarial I can see, according to both the Social Security and the CMS actuaries. So we can do this. It's lying there right in front of us. It's just a question of political will and of some people not wanting to own what they want to do to Social Security. That's our problem. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Whitehouse. And before I go to the witnesses, I just want to,
Oh my God, there's witnesses?
I have to make one clarification. This notion that Republicans haven't got any ideas or haven't put up any plans is just flatly false. And the reality
they
is,
put up plans.
before you got here, Senator
Hey!
Whitehouse, Senator
But
Warner and I
make
were
it
talking
okay
about a plan that
without me?
I had put out with him and others before, and we've done this over the years, and there are those sitting here at this dais who have put out plans. So let's not make this partisan. Let's get together and work on solutions. And then we can hopefully get to something that we can put over the finish line and pass.
Have fun.
Mr. Chairman,
I'll
I'm
come
all
and
for
get you
solutions,
tonight.
but I think they actually have to be solutions and not commissions and sort of work projects that don't actually have a solution in them. I think a lot of that stuff is just another way to hide what people want to do in terms of cutting benefits.
Mr. Chairman, the good news is, since we're voting only on a bill today to give a process where Senator Whitehouse's bill could be the solution, I think he will endorse this. We're not voting on a solution
Oh my
today.
God,
We're
calm
voting
down.
on a process by which a
Everyone
bill
says
such
hi,
as
Bobo.
Senator Whitehouse has offered,
Oh, she
or a
said
bill like
hi.
I and Dick Durbin have offered, could be considered. And so that's a good thing, and I think that I look forward to a support for this bill.
Thank you, Senator Cassidy. And we could go on a lot up here. To our witnesses, it's time for you now. You can see there's a lot of emotion and intensity on both sides of the aisle here. And I think that's actually a good thing because it shows that there's a lot of a desire to get this issue addressed. We may still have our fights, but we want to
You think
get
this
this
is
fixed.
good?
And that's why I'm holding this
Bravo.
hearing. And that's what I hope will come out of this hearing is support from you with ideas and an analytics and assistance
what must it
to
be
help us
like right
figure
now
out
to
what
be a
the plan
Republican
should
and
be.
have to pretend like this
Let me,
president you
before
have
I
is a normal person.
ask you to begin, give a brief
That must be
introduction
really hard.
of each of our witnesses. Our first witness will be Mr. Goldwine. He's the Senior Vice President and Senior Policy Director at the Committee for a Responsible Budget. Prior to joining the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, Mr. Goldwine
sounds
served as
really
the
boring.
Associate Director of the National Commission on Fiscal Responsibility and Reform, known as the Bowles-Simpson Commission, which I've referenced and served on, and Senior Budget Analyst on the Joint Select Committee on Deficit Reduction, also known as the Super Committee. Dr. Blahaus is the J. Fish and Lillian F. Smith Chair and Senior Research Strategist at the Mercatus Center. Dr. Blahaus specializes in domestic economic policy and retirement security with an emphasis on
I
social
guess meowing
security,
unless they do the math
as well
their
as
way.
federal fiscal policy, entitlements, and healthcare programs.
Unless the math
He's
comes
the
out
author
their way.
of Social Security, The Unfinished Work. Dr. Blauhaus also served as a public trustee for Social Security and Medicare from 2010 through 2015.
He's very
Ms.
forgettable,
Lamont
Warren.
is the Executive Vice President and Chief Advocacy and Engagement Officer at AARP, where she has directed several notable advocacy campaigns for AARP, among other achievements. She also oversees AARP's public outreach and education initiatives,
Yeah,
as well as
exactly.
state and local advocacy and community engagement across all 50 states, the District of Columbia, Puerto Rico, and the U.S. Virgin Islands. Ms. Valles serves as Chief Executive Officer of the National Academy of Social Insurance. Previously, she was a senior fellow at the Century Foundation, where she founded the organization's.
Excellent. Now, this is how it's done, people. Excellent. Bitter battle between Haley Stevens and Abdul El Sayed, obviously. Very hard and heated and things like that. And that's great. It's really good news. I really love it when Democrats especially join together and say, you know what, we may disagree or whatever. I don't know what they disagree on, but whatever. Blah, 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 but I am behind you. I hope she is full-throated and really ready to campaign for him, because that to me is true Democrat Party type stuff. Oh, my volume is wrong. Oh, okay. That to me is, oh, am I muted? No. Am I muted? No, I'm not muted. You can hear me, right? Oh, that was you. Oh, Jane. Jane, stop muting me. No, I just, I think that, oh man, now I can't remember what I was saying. Oh, anyway, yeah, no, Haley Stevens. Really happy to hear that. No, it's okay. I'm really happy to hear that. I'm really happy to hear that she did that. That's really good. I wasn't sure how that would play out either, Lee. I wasn't sure how that would play out either, but I'm really delighted. Because I think it was, you know, it was heated, and there was big serious issues between the two of them in terms of like the AIPAC support and things like that. And I'm glad. I really want that. I want that for us. I want us to be a party that comes together and says, okay, you know what? I'm going to make sure, you know, I will work for you. And if there are things that Haley disagrees with Abdul El Sayed on, then they should, you know, then she should be able to communicate those, and there should be an exchange of ideas. But I'm really, that makes me so happy. I can't tell you, because I just hate that fucking shit when people are like, oh, I'm really bitter Betty.
Disability Economic Justice
This is
work,
so exciting.
and launched a national
I am so
campaign
excited
to
for your
modernize
sister.
supplemental security income.
Congratulations.
We will begin with Mr. Goldwine's opening statement, followed by Dr. Blauhaus, Ms.
really
Lamont, and then Ms. Valles. Mr. Goldwine.
Thank you. Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden,
Yeah.
members of the Finance Committee. Thank you so much for inviting me to testify here on this
shave.
incredibly important issue. Social Security is the bedrock of America's retirement and disability support system, providing vital benefits to 70 million Americans. But Social Security's retirement trust fund is in crisis. In just 6 years,
Really
the
great.
retirement program is projected to be insolvent. That's not far off.
I
It's when
love
today's
that.
youngest retirees
I
turn
love
68, and when the next class of senators finish up their first term.
Those to me are
At that
grown-ups.
point, the law
Those are
calls for a
grown-ups.
22%
Well done,
benefit cut,
people. Well
the
done.
equivalent of $500 per person each month. Congress could, of course, change the law using general funds to cover Social Security's financing gap, but that would entail borrowing an additional $190 trillion over the next 75
Grandma
years.
can
That's the
stop.
equivalent of 165% of GDP on top of what we already owe. That additional borrowing would stifle economic and income growth, balloon interest rates, and very likely send the country into a dangerous debt spiral.
Okay, Winky Doo, what exactly would that be in the context of current spending levels? Would that are you talking about that? Like we would be spending the same amount on defense and other things? Is that what it is? Is that what you're saying, sir? Is it not maybe the most important job of the United States government to keep people alive? Is it not? Or is it more important that we just balance the books? And here's the other thing. Are you assuming that we're not going to balance the books in other areas in order to accommodate the need for solid retirement funds? Really? Achoo! Achoo! Whoa! That was a big sneeze. Yes, congratulations to your sister. I'm really excited for her. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so little pencil neck. Listen, pencil neck. What spending levels are you assuming? I don't know. It just seems like there's a lot of assumptions in there that I have no idea what they mean.
Paying out of the general fund would also end Social Security as we know it as a self-financed contributory social insurance program. Fortunately, there are a number of well-known solutions to secure Social Security without sparking a financial crisis. Proposals to enact progressive benefit reforms, increase the payroll tax maximum, or
What does a progressive benefit reform mean? Yeah, she's in it. Let's keep our identities safe for now. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're going to not, but congratulations to her. One of these days we'll all be able to be our full selves. I think it's great. I think he's great. I love his candidacy. I love his message. I think it's great. And I say, you know what? I guess be scared because people are going to get rights. People are going to get rights and affordable groceries. Oh boy, that's scary. I guess it is if you're a kleptocrat. It's a matter of principle ideology, not about whether the rich survive. If you raise the cap, not the payout, it looks more like a welfare program. Yeah. And William Lawrence is another progressive going for a House seat in, whoa, awesome. Awesome. Thank you, Lee. Our beautiful Michiganders. We have the most wonderful Michiganders in the House. I love it. Meowing. Lee. I know Clayburg. She's not here though. But yeah. Yeah, I want to know.
Actually adjust the retirement age have been well vetted and should be considered as part of any solvency package. My organization has also been developing novel solutions, including imposing a $100,000 cap on the amount
of... Address the age. What does address the age mean? That means raise the age, babe. Stop talking about it in like stupid terms. Is he the... Oh, no, the other guy is.
Benefits that a couple can collect, including broadening the employer payroll tax base to cover all compensation, capping the COLA for rich seniors, reforming the taxation of benefits, and I could go on. The challenge before Washington today, though, is less about what to do to save Social Security and more about how. Based on my research and my personal experience, I humbly suggest you task a commission, council, or advisory board to help facilitate agreement on a solvency package before it's too late. This approach would not be new for Social Security. Actually, all major legislation, all of the most significant Social Security laws ever passed were developed with the help of an outside commission or council. The original Social Security Act came from Francis Perkins' Committee on Economic Security. Major legislation in 1939, 1950, 1956, 1972, 1977, they all came out of the work of Social Security Advisory Councils, the predecessor to today's Social Security Advisory Board. And the landmark 1983 reform, which brought us 50 years of solvency, was developed and negotiated in part through the Greenspan Commission. When it comes to Social Security, these special processes are the regular order. Of course, these processes don't remove elected officials from their important roles and responsibilities in the legislative process. Rather, they help facilitate bipartisan agreement by setting forth a specific mission and establishing a safe space to develop and consider options, trade-offs, and compromises. Over the years, Congress has established hundreds of commissions.
Okay, sorry. I'm going to go to this ridiculous thing. Hold on.
We're also announcing with the State Department more than 100
Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Yeah. Okay, why can't I not hear it?
Previously unsealed cases against additional CJNG leadership.
Is it like really quiet and I just can't hear it?
The plague this country for far too long. Narco-terrorist organizations like the cartel Jalisco Nueva Generation are responsible for countless deaths to Americans.
Advisory Council.
These sophisticated organizations use violence and fear to maintain control over the importation.
Can you guys hear him? I cannot even hear him. Oh, I know why.
Cocaine, meth, and other illegal drugs. Their actions spread violence and death to our communities. As alleged in today's indictments and the previous indictments that were unsealed, these cartel members have been charged with a range of crimes, including
Can you guys hear him?
organizing highly trained hitmen responsible for murders and attempted assassinations, procuring weapons, money laundering, and deadly drug manufacturing and distribution. 3 of the alleged cartel members were also allegedly committing a...
Wait, can you hear it? It's quiet and an echo, right? Yeah. Okay, sorry. Oh, sorry, turd. I can't play you right now because you're dumb. Yeah. So there. All right, never mind. Stop sharing. I want to stop sharing that one. Boy, I'm really bad at this. I'm really bad at this. Okay, good. All right, I'm not that bad at it. I mean, I'm kind of bad at it, but I'm not really that bad at it. All right, we'll come back to Todd. I'll
and
try
other
and
groups
get him.
focused on all sorts of topics. Many fail, but many succeed, and success takes all different forms. In the case of the BRAC commissions to consolidate military bases, Congress enacted the recommendations in full.
It's a
For the
social
Greenspan
safety net,
Commission,
right?
that served really as a venue for negotiations between President Reagan and Speaker Tip O'Neill. The 9/11 Commission, meanwhile, developed recommendations that Congress and the President implemented piecemeal based on their own policy judgment. I was lucky enough to serve on 2 of these special committees, including working with Chairman Crapo and your colleague, Senator Durbin, on the Simpson-Bowles Fiscal Commission back in 2010. Our commission developed a plan to both stem the growth of the debt and restore permanent solvency to Social Security. 11 out of 18 of our members, spanning the ideological spectrum, supported these recommendations. Even in this body, that would be a filibuster-proof supermajority. Unfortunately, our recommendations were not enacted in full into law, but they did spark a national conversation on fiscal policy and nearly culminated in a grand bargain between President Obama and Speaker Boehner, actually 3 different times. The commission was able to reach agreement because members took the time to agree on a common set of facts, and they worked to build shared trust and understanding. As Chairman Crapo has pointed out before, the relationships built on that commission were a very big part of its success. Of course, all sides had to compromise, but they did so in the spirit of securing our nation's finances and saving Social Security for generations to come. I want to close real quick by quoting the late Senator Tom Coburn, who said this right before he voted for that Simpson-Bowles recommendations, of which he declared he hated half of it.
That is fucking
all
ridiculous,
republics failed,
Paul.
he said. They all fail over fiscal issues. The way we cheat history is for all of us to give up something, he continued, so we create a future that is honoring the tremendous sacrifice that came before us. Thank you again to the members of this committee for your important work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Blahaus.
Thank you, Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, all the committee members. I'd like to make 4 points in my oral remarks based on my written statement. First, Social Security solvency matters. This is not just an abstract accounting exercise. There's a reason Social Security benefits are so reliable and that Americans do not regard them as welfare. When you get a job, you pay Social Security payroll taxes. These dedicated taxes are credited to special trust funds whose sole purpose is to finance Social Security obligations. These funds cannot spend beyond the revenues they collect. Your benefit is a mathematical function of your earnings that were taxed. All of this enables workers to say to elected officials, we earned these benefits, we paid for these benefits, you can't arbitrarily take them away. But there's a price for that unique security and political strength. It only works as long as lawmakers align benefit schedules with what worker contributions can finance. This has sometimes meant increasing tax collections, moderating benefit growth, and adjusting eligibility ages. If we're no longer willing to do such things, we can't have this type of Social Security system anymore. We could have a Social Security system, but a very different one, with benefit levels disconnected from individual contributions. Workers could no longer assert they paid for their benefits. Social Security's bipartisan advisory councils for decades have repeatedly warned, do not let that happen. Keep the system self-financing and solvent, for if Social Security had to compete for funding each year within the general budget, the unique reliability of its benefits would be lost. Second, speed is essential. Just like a patient facing a potentially lethal condition, the longer treatment is delayed, the weaker the prospects for success. The current situation differs dramatically from the one successfully confronted in 1983. This time, there isn't the luxury of waiting until the trust funds are nearly depleted. Consider this. The 2016 trustees report found that the shortfall then equaled 19% of future benefit claims. Just 10 years later, this year's report found it equals 30% of future benefit claims. And by the time the Old Age Trust Fund faces depletion in 2032, it is clearly too late. At that point, even if new claims were completely cut off, the trust fund would still run out. We are rapidly passing the point of no return, past which it becomes implausible Social Security's historical design can be retained.
Oh, who's jumping?
Third, whether a solution holds depends on the analysis done while developing it. The 1983 reforms were a major achievement, but began unraveling almost immediately. The 1985 report, again, showed a significant shortfall, which then more than quintupled and became bigger than the one just addressed, all within a decade. This happened because the Greenspan Commission relied on estimates of how much each provision would improve things on average over 75 years, rather than how each provision would affect annual operations in different years. This problem was recognized as the reforms were going into effect, but it was too late to go back and fix. Afterwards, Social Security's actuarial methods were improved to prevent a recurrence of this mistake. They now run two important tests: the average balance over 75 years and the annual cash balances through the end of the valuation period. If you go through the ordeal of hammering out a solution, the last thing you want is for the very next year's report to say the problem is back. To prevent that, you just need to make sure your plan passes both tests. Now, while my testimony outlines why the trustees take a 75-year view, a 50-year view can work, provided both of these tests are passed. Fourth, both the process and product need to be bipartisan. Since the shortfall reemerged, there have been 15 different years when one party or the other has controlled both the legislative and executive branches. If either party could do this without the other, it would have been done by now. The 1983 experience is instructive about how key lawmakers can be brought into a bipartisan negotiation. The most influential senators from both sides were on the 83 Commission, House leadership was effectively represented, and the White House participated in the negotiations. The Commission also contained enough outside experts to provide substantive cover. The reasons we need bipartisan compromise aren't just political. They are mathematical. There was once a time when the shortfall was of a size that it could realistically be fixed solely with additional revenues, solely by slowing benefit growth, or solely by adjusting eligibility ages. That time is long past. Maybe there are individual members of Congress willing to increase Americans' payroll tax burdens overnight by the necessary 1/3, or to cut future benefit claims by 30% across the board.
Oh my God.
But until congressional leadership can deliver the votes to enact one extreme or the other, we should assume a combination of less extreme measures will be necessary. I'll close by commending the committee for holding this hearing and exploring ways forward. The American public will be well served if this leadership results in a significant extension of Social Security solvency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Lamont.
Chairman Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you, and I want to begin by applauding this committee for coming together across party lines to talk about Social Security's
Don't
future.
speak too soon.
AARP proudly represents Republicans, Democrats, and independents, all of whom see story after story about partisan division. We know this work is hard, and already in Congress, AARP has endorsed more than 130 bipartisan bills to support family caregivers, to lower prescription drug prices, to crack down on fraud, and to strengthen Social Security's customer service. For nearly 91 years, Social Security has been one of the most enduring promises in American history. Work hard, contribute throughout your career, and retire with a foundation of financial security. Today, that promise supports 71 million Americans, with nearly 185 million workers paying in with every paycheck.
Hey,
Our
Congressman.
message today is simple.
Hey, Congressman, why don't you shut the fuck up while someone's speaking? Why don't you shut the fuck up while someone's speaking, or turn off your microphone? How fucking rude. Oh my God, I hate people.
Protect and strengthen Social Security without cutting the benefits Americans have earned through a lifetime of work, and do this in Congress through regular order in full view of the American people, because Social Security is far too important to be rushed, outsourced, or decided behind closed doors. At AARP, we hear every single day what Social Security means to our members. Members like Lee from Oregon, who worked his entire life, and then came his wife's medical crisis. Lee told us that were it not for Social Security, we would be homeless. And Lee is not alone, and I know you hear from Lee's back home all the time. 43% of older households rely on Social Security for more than half of their income, at a time when 37% of older adults say they feel financially insecure. Women, in particular, rely more on Social Security because they often spend fewer years in the workforce, earn lower lifetime wages, and live longer. Put simply, when Social Security is secure, millions of families are more secure, and so is our economy. Social Security supports $2.6 trillion in economic activity every year. And many forget that benefit reductions enacted in 1983 are still being phased in today. To put those reductions in context for someone retiring today, those changes have already reduced their Social Security by an average of nearly 19%. All the while, future generations are likely to rely on Social Security even more. Private pensions have mostly vanished, and around half of our workforce has no employer-sponsored retirement plan. 42% of Americans age 50 plus who are not yet retired have less than $50,000 in retirement savings. All of this means Social Security will remain essential for many years to come. That is why 81% of older Americans across party lines reject cutting Social Security benefits to save it. So our message is straightforward. Do not cut Social Security that people have earned. And to be clear, there is work to do. The question for us today is not whether to act, it's how Congress acts. The history of special commissions is littered with very good intentions and failed results. They typically lack the clout, the power, and the jurisdiction to do this hard work. Social Security's future belongs at this table before this committee. This committee has jurisdiction, the clout.
Okay, I'm just going to set the stage for people who may not be aware. The most recent data from SSA, the average monthly Social Security check for a retired worker is $2,000 a month. That's an average. $2,000 a month. Think about your rent payment. Is the money gone yet? Let's say you make $2,500 a month in Social Security. What's your rent? $1,000 if you're lucky. So you have $1,500 to live on. Oh, and some of that's going to be taken out for your Medicare Part D or whatever. So there'll be about $200 taken out of that. So you have about $1,300 left to live on. I don't know where you can find $1,000 apartment, by the way, because you can't find it in California. I've never seen it. Not since the 90s. So seems to me the more important part of this would be that there is a balance between national defense, for example, and helping people live a dignified life. And that's what we're talking about. We're talking about ensuring that people have a dignified life. You know, nobody's getting rich off of Social Security. Maybe that's the problem.
Out and a 90-year history of solving hard Social Security problems, and hearings like this one are exactly what will lead us from discussion to action. We are confident that Congress can get the job done through regular order because you've done it before. AARP does not oppose action. We want Congress to act sooner rather than later, and we bring with us the voice of the vast majority of Americans who want this promise kept without cuts. We want to partner with you in lifting these voices up. Many of you have joined us for teletown halls or events. I hope we can continue to do more of those with you and bring this vitally important dialogue to more Americans in your states. We look forward to working with the committee through regular order to get this done. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Lamont. I've appreciated working with you over in the past and will
Oh,
continue to
yeah.
appreciate
Look at me,
working
he
with you
looks
on
so
this.
nice.
Ms. Nellis.
Oh, you have a real nice
Chairman
dog.
Crapo, Ranking Member Wyden, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name
LOVE, her style. Love her style. Love her style. I don't even care what she's going to say. I love her style. She's adorable. And the Tree of Life earrings, on point.
name is Rebecca Vallis, and I have the privilege of serving as the Chief Executive Officer of the National Academy of Social Insurance. This year, as our nation celebrates 250 years of American democracy, we are celebrating this simple but profound idea that lies at its heart: that government exists to serve the people, and that those entrusted with public office are stewards of institutions that belong not to any one political party, but to the American people as a whole. Few institutions better embody that idea than Social Security. 91 years ago this month, when President Franklin Roosevelt signed the Social Security Act into law, he called it a cornerstone in a structure which is by no means complete. I've always loved those words of FDR's because they remind us that Social Security has never been a finished project. It is a living expression of our democracy and of how we show up for one another when it matters most. And I believe that's exactly the responsibility this committee today has, and in the chapter ahead, needs to work on together. I'll offer 3 brief points today. First, Social Security is the cornerstone of economic security in America, as you've heard from everyone who's already spoken. And while Social Security is appropriately celebrated for reducing poverty, the Academy's research finds it is foundational to retirement and disability security all the way across the income spectrum.
Yep.
Virtually all Americans say Social Security will be important or very important to their retirement income. Just 4% of Americans say it will be not at all important to them in retirement. Likewise, just 2% say it would not be at all important if they experience work-limiting disability. Second, at a time of great division on so many issues, the American people are remarkably united around what they want for Social Security's future. The Academy's national survey research, which we conducted with AARP and others, finds that more than 3 in 4 Republicans, more than 9 in 10 Democrats, and more than 8 in 10 independents want lawmakers to strengthen Social Security's revenue base to protect its critical benefits. Americans across party lines, income, education, and generations support starting by reforming the payroll tax cap for higher earners and are also interested in looking to other sources of wealth and income that have increasingly escaped Social Security's financing structure as the economy has shifted. Critically, Americans don't see solvency and benefit adequacy as competing goals. 82% prefer a package that both closes the long-term financing gap and, as my testimony notes, makes targeted improvements that better reflect the realities of modern life. My third and final point is this: Social Security belongs to the American people. That means the process this committee adopts to address Social Security's finances is just as important as the policy choices themselves. Commissions and expedited legislative procedures are not inherently good or bad, but any process to shape the future of a program as important as Social Security should strengthen, not weaken, the connection between Congress and the will of the people it serves. A process that limits public debate or makes it easier for elected officials to distance themselves from the outcome risks doing the opposite. On many issues, democratic governance is difficult because the American people themselves are deeply divided. But Social Security is different. The American people are remarkably united about what they want for the program's future: strengthen its revenue base to protect benefits and expand protections for groups being left behind. In other words, on this issue, the American people have already answered many of the biggest questions. That means Congress's task is not to find ways around the American people, it's to listen to them. Social Security isn't just a government program, and it isn't simply a math problem to solve. It's part of the fabric of American life, relied upon today and counted on tomorrow by Americans across income levels, party affiliations, and generations. As we celebrate 250 years of American democracy, there are few responsibilities of greater consequence than faithfully stewarding a program that belongs to the American people. And the Academy stands ready to support this committee as it undertakes this important bipartisan work. Thank you for having me as part of this critical conversation.
Thank you, Ms. Vallis, for your testimony and to our entire committee. I'm going to start out with Mr. Goldwine, and I may or may not get past him, but I want you all to listen to this question if we don't get to you during my brief 5 minutes, because I'd like you to respond to it in writing afterwards if I don't get to you. And it gets to the core issues that's been discussed between my colleagues today and, frankly, was discussed by each of you. It's been mentioned by me and Mr. Goldwine that I was a part of the Bowles-Simpson Commission. Senator Warner also referenced that I was a part of the Gang of Six. The Bowles-Simpson Commission was a commission appointed by President Obama. The Gang of Six was a group of 6 senators who just got together and said, we're going to try to help the Bowles-Simpson Commission get over the line. But there's been some very difficult issues raised here today, and that is, what is the value of a commission? Is a commission the direction to go? There are those on our panel who have said, no, this is Congress's responsibility, and I find myself now the chairman of that committee that deals with it. And so I'm a former member of a commission, but I'm now the chairman of a committee that deals with it and that has the jurisdiction to deal with it. And I would say to you all, when we were trying to get the Bowles-Simpson Commission passed, a lot of my colleagues on the floor, after we had had our vote and after we put forward, I thought, a fabulous work product, a lot of my colleagues on the floor said, well, that's really great, but I wasn't a part of it. And it was not done through the process that we do to make law here in the United States. And one of the big issues that we ran into was getting buy-in because of those who thought they did not have a part in the process and who thought that they were elected to be a part of that process. And so there's some competing pressures here. And like I say, I see it from both sides. The question I have is, I understand the notion that this committee and the appropriate committee in the House and the Congress and the President are the ones who should make these decisions. And this committee really is the place where these decisions should be crafted. Mm-hmm. On the other hand, in the past, partisan politics have stopped us. And so the idea of let's get a commission to do the job has come up. And it seems to me that there's some merit to that notion. If we won't do our work, then let's get some advisors out there to put public pressure on us with ideas. And so I guess my question to you, Mr. Goldwine, is how do we address this competition of concerns? Is a commission simply a bad idea, or is the way a commission operates, does it need to be handled in a way that fully recognizes and involves the Congress in the outcome of its proceedings?
Thank you for your question, Chairman Crapo. I first want to correct something real fast. We call it the Simpson-Bowles Commission to avoid people saying it's the BS Commission. Oh. That was always very, very important to Al Simpson.
I'll try to say that, but it's really hard for me to change.
Of course, this is Congress's job. This is this committee's job, right? What these commissions, committees, advisory boards, special processes do is they help Congress to do their job. It's what they've always done through every major piece of Social Security legislation. These commissions create sort of a single mission, right? The committee is dealing with all sorts of things, but the commission say this is our mission. Our mission is to solve Social Security solvency. Our mission is to get the deficit to a certain percent of GDP. Whatever the mission is, they create a mission, they create a space within to accomplish that mission, they create an opportunity for trust building. And ultimately, I think they engage the public. The Simpson-Bowles Commission did more to engage the public on fiscal policy than all of the committee hearings done by the Finance Committee over the previous 10 years combined. So I think these commissions are really important, not as a replacement of the committee's work, but to help to support it.
All right, thank you. And I can see I've only got 35 seconds left, so I'm not going to ask each of the
Kathy,
rest
I
of you
missed this.
to respond in this meeting, but I
Holy
would ask you
shit.
to respond to me on this. You will get some questions for the record from other senators, and please take this as one of mine, or as mine for you, as to how do we address this issue? Because in the end, the reason Simpson Bowles
We got it.
didn't get over the finish line was this issue, was the question of whether it was done in a way that got the buy-in from the rest of the elected officials in Congress. Senator Wyden.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have questions for this panel across the board as well. Let me just start with you, Ms. Lamond, if I might. It seems to me what you're saying of safeguarding Social Security for the next generation isn't just dollars and cents. It's about ensuring that Americans can live independently and with dignity. Is that what your members are saying?
Absolutely. And I mentioned Lee from Oregon, and I referenced that I'm sure all of you, when you meet with constituents back home, hear similar stories. Lee was somebody who had good savings. His wife then ended up with a very serious illness and really was in a situation where they were living on their Social Security benefit. And remember, the average benefit is around $2,000 a month, maybe a maximum of $4,000. We hear this all the time, and we're hearing it increasingly, particularly as we enjoy the miracle of longevity, but at the same time, as people live longer, they live with chronic diseases, and we're finding that caregiving is taking more and more time and attention, and that was the experience Lee had. We know, as we talk to our members, that they are struggling right now and are really looking to all of us to come to a solution, to find a way to preserve Social Security so they can count on it. It is, as you've all mentioned, the bedrock of retirement security in the United States.
Thank you. Let me turn to you, Mr. Goldwine, if I might, and talk about the way the underlying economics of Social Security works and how it figures into what we're talking about today. Now, today, working Americans pay into Social Security straight out of each paycheck. But if you are wealthy and you have accountants and lawyers and the like, you can use a bunch of tricks and loopholes to get out of paying anything significant. For example, as if the already low cap on Social Security isn't enough of a giveaway to the very wealthy, the wealthy can structure their income through complex partnerships to avoid paying even the bare minimum into Social Security.
Yeah, she did.
So it seems to me, as we
She
get into this
enunciated.
issue, fairness is just absolutely essential in order to move forward in a constructive and a bipartisan way. So my question to you is, do you think that raising new revenue and ensuring that sophisticated taxpayers can't dodge their
I
Social
know,
Security
Oren, I have that pulled
taxes
up.
should be an important component of achieving solvency?
Yeah, thank you for asking that, Senator Wyden. As you mentioned, many high-income business owners reclassify their labor income as business income to basically avoid the payroll tax. That's a big deal for Medicare right now, and if you raise the tax max, it would also be a big deal for Social Security. It's definitely something we ought to address.
So apropos of, again, my question, do you think raising new revenue and ensuring sophisticated taxpayers can't dodge Social Security ought to be
Yes,
a
sir.
key component of achieving solvency?
I think it ought to be part of achieving solvency, yes.
Great. So now
Okay.
we have something very significant on the table.
Okay.
Because I think members of this committee know that I have introduced legislation, not a commission, but a legislation to try to move in the direction of working with Democrats and Republicans around something Mr. Goldwine has said that he thinks makes sense, and that is my billionaire income tax, which is a piece of legislation, black letter text, with 22 members of the United States Senate on as a compromise. And my sense is that what we're going to have to do is work together on legislation, not commissions, in order to deal with this issue and to ensure that seniors that Ms. Lamond has talked about, Ms. Yavalis has been eloquent on this subject as well. We're going to have to find a way to deal with the revenue question, and I've introduced legislation that starts us in the right direction, Mr. Goldwine has said, and he comes from, I think, maybe some different perspectives,
Exactly.
that's going to be important. And I think that we ought to get going in terms of talking about legislation where we do what the Finance Committee has historically been all about. And the sooner we do it, the better. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator Wyden. Next will be Senator Cassidy.
Thank you. Thank you all.
Are you mad?
Mr.
Are you
Long,
mad? Are you mad?
do your 38 members, 38 million members,
Not mad about child rape.
would they like to have a Social Security system that was fully funded and without the threat of a 22 to 28% benefit cut?
Whoa, dude, shut the fuck up.
No, they do not want a benefit cut. And
So what I'm saying is, would they like to avoid that? And would they like to have a Social
yelling at her?
Security program fully funded?
Why are you
Yes.
yelling at her?
Is AARP developing a plan to do so?
AARP hasn't endorsed any of the
No, are you
proposals
developing a plan to do so?
that we're reviewing the various
Is
proposals.
AARP developing a plan to address it?
We are not developing our own plan at
Now,
this
that
time.
said, let me ask you. The objection you seem to have to this, what we're considering today, which is merely setting up a process.
Which is
so
why
that
she's
Senator Wyden's
mad.
plan, Senator Whitehouse's plan, Senator Cassidy's plan with Senator Durbin
Why don't you
would be
not be so
considered.
fucking condescending,
It doesn't
sir?
say that one of those is going to be the final solution. It just says
think
that we're
she
going to
understands
consider
what you're
them.
saying.
We're setting
I
up
wanna
a
slap
process.
him. Is that okay?
Now, you
Can
object
I
to
do
this.
that? No?
Now, it seems you object because we're bringing in the
No,
Social Security
Gloria.
Actuary Boards. If the Social Security Actuary Board was not involved, but it was just a working group of representatives and senators, bipartisan, having open meetings in which the product or
What if it were
products
both?
would be brought back to this committee.
Why can't we have both? Why can't we have actuarials? Yeah, AARP needs the SPLC treatment. Yeah, see? Yeah, we're gonna get rid of them, see? Put the money in the bag, see? Why can't you have both? Why can't you have actuarials weigh in, all kinds of experts weigh in, and then take those great ideas and kick them around Congress with some public opinion, public comment? Seems to me you can have both. Cassidy, who voted for RFK Jr., who's killing children all over the world. Oh, and also simping for a child rapist. Don't really understand. Yes, Abdul Al Sayed won. We were talking about that earlier. Congratulations. Michigan fucked it up last night. Michigan, the latest state in the group to fuck it up in their primaries. Hell to the yeah. Hell to the yeah. Yeah, the actuaries, that's right. Poor old actuaries. No, actuaries are dead. Hey, actuaries are dead. Yeah, we're very happy about the El Sayed win. And apparently there's a lot of wonderful people in Michigan who won last night. Senator, we're not all in Congress. That's right. Making millions of dollars on insider information. For fuck's sake, do your job. That's exactly it, Oren. That is exactly it. What was Gwyneth's goop? Hey, you know what? Gwyneth also supports Israeli settlers. She does a lot of fucking ads for Israeli settlements, believe it or not. Yeah. So Gwyneth Paltrow can go fuck herself 6 ways to Sunday. I never liked her, and I hate her even more now because she's all into drones, right? She did that article. She interviewed someone about their drone. I don't know if it was Palmer or anyone. That bitch is a fucking Zionist. She's a fucking Zionist bitch, and she needs to go the fuck away. And she's also a terrible actor. Oh my God. What a horrible Nepo baby actor she is. Jesus Christ. Thank God you had parents that were in the industry, cunt, because you fucking suck. And your goop shit, that sucks fuck too. Come on now. Gwyneth Paltrow. Yeah, I know. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. I went on my goop rage. Sorry.
Ways and means to be rejected, accepted,
It's
are to be
max.
completely replaced with Senator
31
Wyden's plan, for
Rewolf is
example, or
max.
Senator Whitehouse's plan. Would you object to that process?
We would support any effort of groups of senators, bipartisan senators, coming
Stop being mean
together
to my mom.
to come up with a plan. We've had examples
So that said,
examples of that.
Stop being
if
mean to
what
my
we do is
mom.
take out the Social Security Actuary Board and set up, again, just to repeat
Why?
this, because this is doable.
Why?
A bipartisan, bicameral group of senators and representatives, starting now, to consider all the plans and maybe bring Senator Whitehouse's plan up and maybe bring in Cassidy and Durbin.
Okay, listen, dipshit. Why can't you have both? Why are you so afraid of having actuarials come in and do the numbers? And then I don't understand this. Am I missing something? Or is he being absolutely idiotic? And why is he yelling at my mom?
For this committee to consider, AARP would support that.
We would certainly want to talk with you
No,
about that.
No,
why-
because the rope-a-dope is, we want to talk to you about it. I am trying to meet you where you are.
What the
If you
fuck?
don't like the Social Security Actuary Board, and we want to tell Lee that she's not going to have a 22 to 28% benefit cut. You spoke movingly of Lee. Right now, she's going to get a 22 to 28% benefit.
Oh, she spoke movingly of Lee, who is a him. Yeah, you were listening really closely, Senator. Yeah, because the story she told was about a male. But you weren't listening, were you? You weren't. You're just here to make a point and try and act like you didn't push RFK Jr. on the rest of us and that you don't support a child rapist who punches 13-year-olds in the head when they don't do fellatio correctly. Yeah, it's such an embarrassment. This is an embarrassment. This action right now, getting up the ass of the AARP lady who really is just there to say, this is what my lobby says, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like, this is gross. Like, this man's gross. I mean, you literally are standing in front of a child rapist and expecting us to respect you. Yes, apparently AARP is rope-a-doping Congress again.
Benefit cut if we do nothing. If your objection is the involvement of the Social Security Actuary Board, but instead we have a working group of public meetings bringing something to this table, which may be Senator Whitehouse's plan,
I want
which
both.
would be accepted or rejected.
I'm very confused.
Would you accept that
I'm so
process, Bill?
confused.
We are seeking regular order, and what you've described sounds to me like regular order.
That would be regular order. Bringing it back to the committee would be a regular order.
What is he doing?
And then it would be considered by this committee.
What is he doing?
And then on the Senate floor. That's what we're talking about. So you could accept that.
If it's regular order, which is what it sounds like, yes. We object to a commission and would very much like the Senate Finance Committee, Ways and Means Committee, bipartisan, bicameral, to come together and both review the many proposals that exist, many of which are bipartisan, some of which are not. And as the chairman said at the beginning, look at the various ideas that are out there.
So I think we may have common ground here after all. Because really the point is, how do we review those proposals in a timely fashion? Because they're all out there and they've all been scored.
Give it to Congress?
In a timely
You guys are on
fashion
a
to bring them
break.
up here. Again, Senator
Again.
Whitehouse wants a hearing, and I want him to have a hearing. And what we're discussing today is a process. And I would, at some point, perhaps move that we modify that which is before us. And I am quite willing to take out the Social Security Actuary Board because people keep on objecting to commissions. I don't think it's a commission, but just put it, just grant it, and come together as bipartisan, bicameral to review these solutions. And by the way, if the proposal they come up with is a stinky proposal, I'm a gastroenterologist, it comes to mind, we can do White Houses, or we can do Wyden's. It can be an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and they will get their day. And by the way, there doesn't have to be benefit cuts.
Okay.
No one is saying benefit cuts.
Listen, listen. I'm going to speak to all people who vote in this country. I'm going to talk to you now. Please. Number one, please vote. I know you don't think it works. You don't think it matters. You don't think it this. You don't think it that. That's fine. Just humor me. Please vote this fall. And if you do, make sure that every name you put a little dark circle by actually believes in democracy. I'm not sure I care what party they say they're from, although I really find it hard to believe that anyone with an R after their name, first of all, doesn't resign in embarrassment from that party because the leader of that party is a child rapist. So there's that. And, all of the intentional damage done to the economy. There's that. Oh, and the codification of locking in corporate profits in time in perpetuity. There's also that. So I don't quite understand why you would be a Republican, but, things are weird. So if you are, can you just look at your candidates for every type of office? I mean, judges, everything. And really do the work, please. I know it's hard, but it really matters that we must put people in Congress who have the best interests of humans at heart. All right? And let me tell you, if we do that, this type of stuff can be minimized. This kind of bullshit. We can minimize it. We can turn the tide of having functional governance. Now, it may take some time, but I am telling you, we must vote. We must vote this fall. We must turn the tide. We must recapture the houses of Congress. And people may say I'm a dreamer, but I'm not the only one. I hope someday you'll join us. I'm just saying, we must vote. We must get the Republicans out of Congress. It is step one to trying to right this ship. And we can never go back. We have to move forward. And that's why the wins of people like El Sayed and Mamdani and all of the progressive candidates across the country that have won their primaries, because the people are saying no business as usual. We need different. And they're right. We do need different. So please, let's do this. Let's vote thoughtfully, but vote. Because we can get rid of this bullshit. We can. But it's going to take a lot of pure heart and will, because they're going to throw everything at us. They already are, like, you're a commie, you're a this, you're a that, you're a this. Don't be phased. Work for the people. Keep your eye, like I keep my eye on who is at the center of what we need to do. And it's us. It's everyone. It's trans rights. Black Lives Matter. It's all of those things that may feel like messages, but at the same time are crucially important for us to actually vote our conscience and uplift people. Oh, hi, Todd and Heather. It's so sweet. Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, so lovely. I'm here. So I'm begging, just vote for candidates that are going to be pro-democracy, that are going to uplift everyone. Please. Because we can stop this bullshit. It should be unfathomable that people like this, Cassidy, don't speak out against the government that he works for. It's disgusting. Yeah, it's almost always close. That's right. And so in the general election, it's going to be super, super duper important. And I know all of you know it. I mean, I'm speaking maybe to the people that hate me that are watching. But I mean, we have a chance. We have a chance for a more perfect union. Yeah, we have a chance. Let's do it. Let's do it. Fuck it, man. But, yeah.
We're talking about a process by which to come up with a solution.
Calm down, Cassidy.
There may be common ground
Jesus
here.
Christ.
Thank you, AARP. I yield.
Next is Senator Whitehouse.
You're a joke. Oh my
Thanks very
God.
much, Chairman.
Ugh.
Mr. Goldwyn,
Hate Cassidy.
does my Medicare and Social Security Fair Share Act do the job making Social Security actually solvent for as long as the actuaries can see?
Yeah, the Social Security Medicare actuaries score your plan as solvent. Against the new baseline, it might fall a few percent short, but pretty darn close at least.
Against the existing baseline?
Against the last baseline, it fully does it. Against the new one, you're very, very close, I think.
Good. Okay. Good to know that it actually will work. Ms. Lemond, does ARP believe that benefits need to be cut in order to protect Social Security solvency?
Let's do it live.
No,
Say again?
ARP does not believe benefits should be cut.
And Ms. Vallis, you've, I believe, taken a look at my bill.
I think I need more coffee.
How would you comment on the fairness of the tax proposals that raise the revenue that allow Social Security the solvency that Mr. Goldwyn mentioned without the benefit cuts that Ms. Lemond opposed?
Yeah, I think it's important, in addition to understanding where the American people are on these issues, to also understand the economy that we have today is not the economy we had in 1983, and it's also certainly not the economy we had in 1935. More of high earners' income, and wealth for that matter, now comes from sources that are outside of Social Security's traditional financing structure, as you mentioned in your opening statement. Investment income, pass-through income, all of these are things that are escaping Social Security, if you will. And so along with reforms to the payroll tax cap, which have also been mentioned today, there's a strong economic case in addition to it being part of what the American people are interested in this body exploring for starting to look at other types of revenue options and broadening that revenue base. And I think it's important for this committee to start having that conversation.
So you would approve of it as a revenue proposal?
The Academy does not take positions on individual pieces of legislation, but I would say the American people are very interested in you starting to explore that idea.
All right. Thank you all very much. Mr. Chairman, back to you.
Thank you, Senator Hassan. Senator Johnson.
Hey, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Blumhouse, have you ever seen Table 1?
I have. I actually look at those money's worth memoranda all the time. The one that I usually use is Table 3.
Okay, well, we're talking about Table 1.
Yeah, Table 1, my issue with Table 1 is that it assumes that we just pay full scheduled benefits without collecting the payroll taxes to do it. So it exaggerates the actual rates of return from Social Security. The one that is figured on the basis of what Social Security would actually pay is Table 3. The basic qualitative story is the same. The number is
it's the same type, again, what I pointed out, there's like 220 different
right.
Income levels when you're born. And
Okay, what I said was, I'm very interested now to see what Ron would like to do, because apparently would Ron like to just focus on the table that has would Ron like to focus on the table that just has the payouts happening, but not the incoming revenue? That's what Table 1 is. And when you're planning something, when you have nice to have you back. Yeah, exactly. It's great to be back. For real this time. When you, wait, what was I going to say? It doesn't matter. Anyway.
The people get hosed most. They get 59 cents on the dollar, and people who benefit most get $4.78 on the dollar. Now, again, in your testimony, you're talking about, the grand design of Social Security was, again, forced savings. You're very paternal. You're going to force you to save for retirement. and then we're going to invest that money, and we're going to get returns on it, and then we're going to return to you, your savings in retirement, correct? I mean, it wasn't a welfare program. It was literally for savings, return to you. We'll hold it in, our care, custody, control, correct?
Correct. And I think there's a really, you can continue, but I think there's a really important story to tell, qualitative point to make based on that table and your previous remarks, which is that the earliest recipients of Social Security didn't pay for their benefits. All right, they were basically given benefits they didn't pay for. We paid for them by taxing the subsequent.
Okay, I want to try and get, again, I'm trying to define the problem here, okay? Because we just misdefine it all the time. Again, the problem is $40 trillion in debt. Okay, I mean, if you, again, I don't know where you get your $190 trillion, but okay, if you don't take out of the general fund, you're going to have to increase people's taxes $190 trillion. In these scorings, these actuaries, do they consider the dynamic impact of that? The dynamic economic impact? I'll talk, Mr.
You're asking me?
Yeah.
What does that even make
So
sense?
190 trillion is what we'd have to borrow in today's dollars if we wanted to close the entire gap.
Okay, well, which means you'd have to tax people $190 trillion.
Or we could adjust benefits by $190 trillion.
The point is, do they consider the dynamic impact of that? Also say the fairness. Already, if you have high income earners only getting 59 cents on the dollar, you lift the cap on earnings to raise $190 trillion. First of all, that's the golden goose. It's those people that take that money, they don't put it in a mattress, they invest it in businesses and grow the economy, which I would argue is the number one component of the solution.
Oh, don't hurt the billionaires. Don't hurt the billionaires. They create the job. Wait a minute. Do they create the jobs? No, they actually don't. I hate this guy so much. He wants to protect the billionaires, y'all. Don't take my rich people's money.
For all these problems, particularly Social Security,
Russian asset.
we have to grow our economy. So let's not do anything that harms economic growth. Massive tax increases, taking off the cap, first of all, violates the premise.
Massive tax increases, which he's talking about. We're talking about raising the taxes that are withheld from payroll, if you will, on wealthier people. He really needs to protect the wealthy, y'all. He really does. Okay, this is what it's all about.
Social Security, right? Because now all of a sudden, for $1, those individuals pay into the Social Security system, or they're going to get even a penny. So again, so you're turning it, by doing that, you're turning it into a welfare system, by and large. Correct.
I would urge extreme caution before severing that connection between contributions.
Yeah, well, they're not using extreme caution. That is the solution is lift the caps, completely violate the original premise of the Social Security system and turn it into a welfare system. That's what they're talking about, doing great economic harm.
And I would say change the political dynamics around the program.
Yeah.
Because once you have a system where you have some people paying into the system without getting benefits and other people getting benefits they didn't pay for, so you're going to change the political dynamics.
I don't want to cut benefits. I want to honor those promises. Here's a simple solution. Why don't we just get rid of that law
he's the worst, Scott.
that forces us to cut benefits and then recognize the reality of what the true problem is we're running $2 trillion plus deficits. We're $40 trillion in debt. We're going to be $62 trillion in 10 years. Start addressing that problem because that is the problem that has to be.
Hey, baby girl. Hey, baby girl. Can we talk for a minute? Yeah, you want to know why the debt's going to be so high in 10 years? You want to know why? It's because your big ugly bill. That's right. All you have to do is look at the actual data around the bill. And you don't have to believe me, but you can look at around the data around the big bill. And the big bill, the big ugly bill, made it possible for corporations to expense all of their expenses, 100% in the first year. And you can go look up how that normally happens, but you can see what that's a huge difference. It also made corporate tax rates permanent, quote unquote, although hold my beer, okay? Because we're going to come after those, okay? So, yeah, the bottom line is that Ron is on his way out, and his time as the protector, yes, it is. His time as protector of the billionaires is going to come to an end. And there will be a revolution in this country, and I'm all for it. So I'm ready. Sign me up. Put me in, coach. I'm ready to go. Yeah. Disgusting.
We can find it just Social Security. We're going to come up with all these half-baked ideas that the actuary says, oh, this solves the problem. It
Half-baked
doesn't solve the
ideas.
problem. Until you address the fact that we're $40 trillion in debt, and that is going to go off in our faces, and interest rates are going to skyrocket.
Girl, it was going to go off in your faces anyway, which is why are you supporting such a huge increase to the fucking defense budget if you're so fucking worried about debt? Tell me that. Riddle me that. Tell me the fuck that. Tell me the fuck that. Tell me who put us in debt. You did. The debt, which we cut the federal government by what, 40% or something like that? What is it? I don't even know what number they throw around in terms of what Doggy did to the federal government. How in the world have you increased the debt so largely when you cut government? Why hasn't anybody asked that? So you're lying, sir, again. I think the Republican voters should ask much more of their senators, because this is too easy to call bullshit on.
And also, you also have to recognize, too, the gross mismanagement. Do you know, have you ever done a calculation if we would have taken those surpluses and actually invested that in something that has value to the federal government? Like,
Here we go. Here we go, kids. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's right. Get ready. Wait, where's my good picture? Oh, I don't know. I don't have one. We're going to put it in the stock. You know what? We should let the Trump boys manage it. You know, the Trump boys are making a ton of money these days. Maybe we should just make them our investment managers, right? 1789 Capital. Let's do it. Maybe if we just gave it to the Witkoffs and the Nutlickers and the Trump boys, maybe that would be fine. Yeah, if Doggy did such a great job, why do we have such a big debt? Why hasn't the debt gone down even just a little bit if we cut government spending so much? Why isn't anyone asking that question? Why would you, you know what, if I ran an organization, okay, I was executive director of a high school, right? So I had a P&L, a profit and loss. I had to, or not profit, but I had a balance sheet that I had to manage, right? A budget I had to manage. And if I, as someone who was, I report to a board of directors, right? I had a board of directors over me. And they were the ones who every month I met with them to talk about the financials and the progress of the academics and all the stuff, right? All the metrics. If I went in there every month and just said, I made all these great changes and everything is going really well, and we're doing really great, and I need more money, but I'm not going to really tell you what it's for. And I'm not really going to tell you if I end up doing a good job with it, or I'll just tell you and you'll have to trust me. If I walked into a board meeting and said something like that to my board of directors, or even showed them over time that the cost-cutting measures that I put in ended up amplifying my debt, well, we never operated in the red, but you know what I mean, I would be fired. Understandably, I would be fired. So it is shocking to me that these guys are like, hey, we did all this stuff with Doggy and it was really, really, really painful, and we still didn't get what we decided. We still didn't get what we told you we would get. But just ignore that. The debt is something, you don't understand that. I mean, if I told that to my board, they'd be like, get the fuck out of here. I don't understand where the logic is with anyone who supports this regime. They are the worst possible employees I've ever seen. You're going to need a bigger book. And I would have fired them by now. I really, people, this is shocking to me. This is such Emperor's New Clothes bullshit territory. I mean, not to mention the guy's a child rapist. I don't even know. I mean, I myself am shocked by that. And I'm sorry, I do tend to bring that up on social media a lot. It's because I cannot fucking believe that that's where we're at. It's because I cannot fucking believe that an actual man who has legitimately accused, credibly alleged to have raped multiple children, and he is the what now? He's the who's it? He's the what's it? Give me a break. On what planet does that make any sense? I can't even have any other conversations with people until they get to the point where, tell me how that's okay. Tell me how that's okay. I don't know. It's just, this is a crazy cuckoo town, I think.
Stocks. Have you ever done a calculation of how much money we'd have in the trust fund right now that has value to the federal government?
God.
Well, certainly there have been calculations done.
So you're a PhD, so I want to redo that calculation. Last time I did it, $8 trillion. Do you agree with me that a government bond in the hands of a government organization has no value to the federal government?
It's internally held debt. The government is paying.
It has no value. It's worthless, because when the trustees return that bond to the Treasury to pay out those benefits, the Treasury has to float a new bond. So again, I know I've run out of time, but please, if we're going to go through this process, let's recognize the reality of the situation. Let's recognize how grossly this was mismanaged, how the American people were literally sold a bill of goods, and now we're going to fix it. And the fixing it is not going to be taxing the crap out of high earners who create all the jobs and prosperity in this country. Thank you.
There you go. Again, the average, which means the middle point of payments for Social Security in this country is $2,000. But this man doesn't want to trouble people who have far beyond that, who can live a comfortable life 12 times over. He doesn't think that anyone has a responsibility to care for each other. And I think that actually is what I'm coming down to. Similar to the conversation I had with the guy, the chud on Haiti. Okay, that was his true colors right there. Right there. That was it. That was it. I don't think, I have come to the conclusion that it is not that, lefties are whatever, hate whoever, whatever. It's that people who who oppose this kind of thing, whether you want to call them right wing or whatever it is, that they actually don't at the end of the day care. They'll tell themselves they care. They absolutely will tell themselves they care. 100%. But at the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road and it's really time to, kind of share, they won't do it because they don't feel like those people have worked hard enough for that, whatever the situation might be. And I think that might be the fundamental difference between me and somebody on the right, is because I always think of it in terms of, I do feel like it is our responsibility as humans to make sure that everyone has dignity. Right? And I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think that's a loss. I don't think it's a loss when we invest money in people and their ability to live. I just want to go back to when we did things like subsidies. Remember when we, or not subsidies per se, but they did the stimulus checks and stuff like that. Do you remember what happened when they did the stimulus checks and it was during the height of COVID? I didn't get one, by the way, because I had made too much money in my previous job. Even though at that point I had to leave my job because I had a nervous breakdown. But even then, you know, like, oh, I just totally lost where I was going. God damn it. Wait. It's gone. Poof. It's gone. Anyway, I guess the point is, oh yeah, the fundamental difference. I guess the fundamental difference between me is I pay taxes so that other people can also have a dignified life. You know, I pay taxes for schools I will never use. I pay taxes for roads I will never travel. I pay taxes for services I may never benefit from. But you know what? I am very fine doing that. And you know why? Because it's actually a kind of a selfish reason. Let me tell you why. It's actually quite selfish. Because I don't want people walking around my community who are sick. I want there to be enough people on staff because no one had to stay home because they didn't have childcare. I want to be able to buy organic eggs and not feel like I'm wasting money. You know? But at the same time, my life is made better by the fact that other people's lives are still comfortable. And I guess that's the fundamental difference between me and right-wingers, is that I'm okay giving so that others can live. That's okay. And if I make more money, then it's okay if I give more. That's okay. Because I can't take it with me, bitches. You know, my dad was really good about that. He would always say, never lend money and expect to see it back. Money is meant to just be, you know, like the system of money we've developed, at the end of the day, if you lend someone money or whatever, you should never expect anything from that. It's just the right thing to do. And I think that's my spirit. And I don't quite understand. And if, you know, if a right winger wants to tell me why that's so fucking evil, that attitude, which is truly what my attitude leftist is, then please do, because I don't understand. Yeah, I just don't understand it. I'm, you know, it doesn't make any sense to me. I want everyone to have a good life because frankly, if they do, then they leave us alone. You know what I mean? Like if you address root causes of poverty and things like that, imagine, oh man, just imagine what kind of world that would be. Oh yeah, lend, I guess. Give money to people. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, he used to talk about it in terms of like loaning money and stuff like that. Just don't have expectations. It's just money. It's just stuff. That was his point. Yeah. That you should just be giving. And if you need it, then maybe it's not yours to give, you know, like kind of thing. I don't know. But it really made sense to me that it's okay. It's okay to have for the, yeah, desperation breeds crime. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I would love to know why that is such a horrible position to take. According to the right wingers, they really hate that for some reason. I don't know why. I'm sorry. I keep interrupting this.
Thank you, Senator Hassan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to you and Ranking Member Wyden for having today's hearing. To all our witnesses, thank you so much for being here today. Mr. Goldman, I want to start with a question to you.
But I guess he always just
1 in 4 Granite Staters, or more than 350,000 people, count on their Social Security benefits to make ends meet. We have to protect and strengthen Social Security for current beneficiaries and for future generations, and I want to be clear that I don't support cuts to Social Security. Now, one way to strengthen Social Security, and I have a different view on this, obviously, than Senator Johnson does, is to make sure that the wealthiest Americans contribute the same share of their income to Social Security as working Americans do. Under current law, Social Security payroll tax only applies to earnings up to around $185,000. So, how would raising or eliminating the tax cap strengthen the solvency of Social Security?
Thank you for your question, Senator Hassan. Obviously, the answer depends on how much you raise it and whether
Right.
you pay benefits. But if you were to eliminate the cap, you could close something in the neighborhood of half of the 75-year shortfall and maybe a quarter to 40% of the long-term shortfall.
And at a time when our deficit has been driven up by extraordinary tax cuts to the wealthiest people in this country, this is one way to address the solvency
Your point's
issue
taken.
without
It is expected return.
harming the benefits for
He was a
recipients.
terrible financial.
It is one way to help get to solvency,
Yes,
yes.
thank you. Ms. Lamond, scammers
Sure.
are becoming more and more sophisticated in using technology to steal people's hard-earned retirement savings. According to the FBI, in 2025, scammers stole about $7.7 billion from seniors, a 30% increase from just 2024. Just in 1 year.
Whoa!
So I've appreciated
Whoa!
AARP's strong support for
That's a lot.
improving Social Security's Service to Victims of Identity Theft Act, which is a mouthful. But what we're really trying to do is make sure that when a Social Security recipient's identity has been stolen, that they have a single office to go to, and that the Social Security Administration has dedicated somebody to this work. So this is a bipartisan bill
Security admin is
that I
such a
co-lead
terrible
with Senator
place.
Grassley to get victims
hate it.
time-sensitive, dedicated help in really difficult situations. In addition to getting the bill across the finish line, what steps should Congress take to support Social Security beneficiaries who become victims of identity theft?
Well, first of all, thanks to you and Senator Grassley for your leadership on this very important issue. Unfortunately, my portfolio on fraud and scams is the fastest growing I have. They are simply unending. And we want to be sure that Social Security Administration is able to provide the kind of support you've described. As you probably know, we have a Fraud Watch Network line where people call in. We have hundreds of calls every week from people who have been victims of scams. And we want to provide the kind of support we're giving, but also have agencies, federal agencies, the IRS we've talked to, Social Security Administration provide similar kinds of support. We have, I mentioned in the beginning, we've supported a number of bipartisan bills in the Congress this year to deal with this tremendous problem of scams and fraud.
so
And we
great. I
appreciate
love
all
it.
of the leadership.
Well, I look
So
forward
happy
to
do
continuing to work with the ARP on some of
feels
those
so
efforts
much
and
more
seeing
to
what we need to do here to really support them. Last question is to you, Ms. Vallis. We can't talk about retirement security in a vacuum, as you've just pointed out. Seniors are having a harder time today affording everyday expenses than when President Trump took office. Between soaring inflation and the president's failed economic agenda, seniors' Social Security benefits aren't going as far as they used to. So how are increased costs impacting retirement security?
It's such an important question, and Senator, thank you for connecting those dots, because we are having a national conversation about affordability, and Social Security is absolutely and needs to be part of that. For most Americans, retirement security isn't some abstract concept.
Right.
It's about whether they can afford the basics,
It
their
is.
housing, their groceries, their
is.
prescription drugs, their health care, their long-term care. These are the things we hear when people say what Social Security makes it possible to be able to afford, but
You
also
live.
how Social Security doesn't go as far as it.
Social Security is living. For me, that's going to be the only income I have until I die. That's it, baby.
It might need to. And that's not just why Social Security is so important, but it's also part of why it was so unsurprising in the Academy's survey research. We found huge popularity for actually having a more accurate cost of living adjustment, and huge unpopularity for a slower cost of living adjustment that would make that affordability crisis harder for seniors.
Well, thank you very much for your expertise and your testimony. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Warren. You're up.
Oh boy. Strap in, fellas.
All right.
Strap in,
So
bitches.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Social Security is a promise. You pay in year after year, and then when you need it at the end, it will always, always, always be there for you. But we've got 6 years now ahead of us before the Social Security Trust Fund faces insolvency, meaning that retirees could see their benefits slashed by 22%. Congress needs to act to make sure that doesn't happen. And this is why Democrats are fighting to protect and expand Social Security benefits funded by the wealthiest Americans paying their fair share. But so far, congressional Republicans like to pretend that the only solution is benefit cuts. And when they see how unpopular that is, they then try to pivot and say, let's set up a commission to make the cuts, because then maybe the voters won't blame the Republicans for it.
Nobody calls me anymore.
Now,
So.
Ms. Lamont, your organization, AARP, represents millions of seniors. Right now, they're seeing skyrocketing prices for everything from healthcare to gas to groceries.
Can we talk about the subsidies
Ms. Lamont,
for the
if Social Security
Affordable Care
checks
Act, too?
already aren't keeping up with inflation, what happens if they're cut by 22%?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. And of course, it would be devastating to our constituency. And that 22% cut, if you get the minimum benefit, is already $400. So think about that in terms of people and their daily expenses. We're hearing more and more from our members, not only about the kind of cost of living, kitchen table economics right now, but also long-term as they think about Social Security.
Yeah.
They
So
are.
look, here's a
Well,
better idea. How about we make the
Too bad we don't have a Consumer Financial Protection Bureau anymore.
wealthy pay into Social Security at the same rate that working families pay into Social
What a
Security.
mess.
Right now, the Social Security payroll tax is capped at $184,500 in income. That means if you're a nurse or you're a construction worker, you're paying Social Security on 100% of your income. But if you're a corporate lawyer raking in millions, you're only paying Social Security on a tiny little fraction of your income. That is not right. That is why Senator Moreno and I have called for Congress to scrap the cap on payroll taxes. That one reform alone would impact about 6% of all households, the highest earning Americans, and would protect Social Security benefits for at least 2 decades. So, Ms. Lamont, do you agree that securing benefits by scrapping the cap on payroll taxes would help seniors?
Well, you've described what we hear a great deal from our seniors, and in our position, which is please don't cut benefits, we know we have to look for sources of revenue, and we hear all the time from people about is it fair that I'm paying on all of my wages and somebody down the street isn't. Sometimes they use examples of people that work in nonprofits even.
There you go. There you go.
Me too, Teresa.
So that's not all we could do. You know, while working class families pay into Social Security on every paycheck, wealthy investors take advantage of loopholes to avoid paying into the trust fund. For example, if you're an investor in a hedge fund, you can pay yourself millions of dollars in profits each year without paying anything into Social Security. Now, Ms. Vallis, you're an expert in Social Security and disability policy. Do you agree that securing benefits by closing these loopholes that are available pretty much only for wealthy investors would help seniors and Americans with disabilities who rely on Social Security?
If those forms of revenue do end up being looked at as solvency options, we will see huge protection for people whose benefits wouldn't be cut, including seniors and people with disabilities. And just to note, depending on how you structure it, you could also end up seeing sufficient revenues to strengthen benefits for some of those folks who aren't well served, something you and others have proposed doing as well.
Yeah. Well, I really appreciate it. Look, I just think Congress has a choice to make. Either we can decide to protect the top 6% of all earners in America and let the Social Security Trust Fund get into trouble, cut benefits for seniors, throw more seniors into poverty, or we can decide that everybody pays the same share and protects Social Security forever into the future. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. We're going to get all these members in before the break. Next, in terms of appearance on the chairman's card, is Senator Grassley.
Might be time
We'll
to
get
go now.
everybody in. We want to get
Hold on.
Senator Sanders and Senator Cortez Masto and Senator Langford, and we can do it all before the break. Senator Grassley.
Let's do
I
it.
apologize. I was across the hall doing the Judiciary Committee nominees. So I'm going to start with Mr. Goldwine. For
I'll give
any
him a
Social
chance.
Security reform proposal to succeed, it will require the support of at least 60 senators. So that means both parties working together to find a solution. Outside of the 1983 commission, are there examples of a commission or other special process that successfully sparked bipartisan cooperation and action?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Committees often spark bipartisan action. As I mentioned in my testimony, every piece of Social Security legislation, every of the largest pieces, have been based on one of these committees, most of them bipartisan. The 9/11 Commission, bipartisan results. The BRAC Commission's bipartisan results. I'll also say Simpson-Bowles, although we didn't ultimately get to the finish line, sparked a bipartisan conversation. In fact, 45 senators in this body called for legislation based on Simpson-Bowles, including Senator Wyden, Senator Johnson, and many others that have since left. So absolutely, yes.
And Ms. Lamone and Ms. Vallis, based on your testimony, I understand you both oppose any sort of commission-based process. Instead, you contend Congress should address Social Security through regular committee and floor processes. I respect that view. I'm open to any process that will facilitate the bipartisan cooperation that's necessary, with emphasis upon the word bipartisan. What are some actions your groups are taking or plan to take to help foster bipartisan cooperation and discussion of Social Security?
Oh my gosh, you read that whole
Thank you,
sentence.
Senator Grassley, and thank you for your leadership. We know you did a hearing in June,
Where's
hearing
that picture?
today. We're hopeful we will see more and more discussion in the Senate Finance Committee. As you know from our testimony, we believe the Senate Finance Committee is where this should be debated, should be considered, and where action should be taken. On our part, we, as you know, have been very active across the country. We do teletown halls with our members, forums. We want to offer that to members of the committee as you deliberate various proposals. We think that's going to be hugely important in terms of bringing people to the table, and not just our constituency, but why don't we reach out to younger people? We know that they have a tremendous stake in the future of Social Security. We want to work with you to bring people together, talk about various approaches, and move ahead. We do not support a commission. We do support action by bipartisan leaders in the Congress, the Senate Finance Committee, House Ways and Means Committee, and you can count on us being an honest partner all the way, both in our outreach to our constituency and also in our deliberations about various policy approaches.
I will echo Ms. Lamond in thanking you as well, Senator, for the question and for your leadership. To answer on behalf of the Academy, the National Academy of Social Insurance does not take official positions on legislative procedures or individual pieces of legislation. So we aren't here opposing or supporting the idea of a commission. But what we are doing to try to resource this committee in this important bipartisan work is asking the American people what they want this committee to do. Because as I mentioned, and as I lay out in my written testimony as well, democratic governance can be difficult on certain issues where the American people don't agree, but on this issue, on Social Security, the American people are very united and very clear about what they want. So
the problem is so are the billionaire donors. It's those donors, Miss Vallis. It's those donors, Miss Vallis. They're the ones. They're not happy. They don't agree. But again, they're only 6%, and even some of those probably do agree.
Our message to this committee would be start by listening to the American people. They've done a lot of the hard work for you.
Prospered too.
I see a lot of
I know it's got to be
AARP
4:20,
ads
but I
on
got to go outside and do
television.
that.
I got a little bit of advice for you, but you're no different than a candidate Trump and President Biden. they all ran on a platform, we're not going to do anything about Social Security. And
I
your
don't think that's
TV
the platform.
advertisements are saying we aren't going to cut Social Security. I don't blame you for defending the program that way, but we got to wake this entire nation up to the fact that there's going to be a 20%, 22% cuts if we don't do something right now, and you ought to spend.
Stop funding the war. Stop funding the war that we started. Start there. Grassley, you don't have to worry about $2,000 a month. I just want you to think about what $2,000 a month feels like if that's your only income. First of all, you can't live in California because I don't know where you're going to rent something for less than $1,000 a month. I mean, maybe you can get a room in someone's house for $700. Maybe. But I'm going to tell you, Grassley has no idea about how people have to live on little money. He thinks it's a math problem.
And some of your money waking up people to the fact that there's a crisis down the line.
No, we know there's
and
a
you
crisis. Listen, you motherfucking son of a bitch, sick fuck, child rapist supporter. We know there's a problem. The American people are not stupid. Well, some of them are. But we know there's a problem. We've known there's a problem. It is your job to help fix it.
You don't cut Social Security, but it's going to be cut automatically if you don't
Then do
wake
something.
the people of this country up.
Then
And
do something about it, you
advise you to do
stupid
because
fuck.
you got a big voice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
This guy.
I don't want to be
Guys.
difficult here, but Senator Langford would be next, and then Senator Sanders, and we're going to be done,
Wait,
okay?
try
Senator Langford.
24.
Why would that be being difficult?
Oh, is it too? Is it
Everybody's
very
juggling.
echoey? I gotta. I'll listen back to the.
Y'all, thanks for being here. Thanks for the conversation. I do appreciate this for the chairman and ranking member to be able to have things.
We haven't supported commissions over a period of time, believing that, and also the fast track authority that is involved in that, believing that it is, this is such an important issue, it should be dealt with through regular order.
What is funny to me is most commissions that I've been around and most pieces of legislation in the time that I've been in Congress, when the commission is actually at work, I have to call somebody in one of the outside organizations because they see the text before I do. Because there's a lot of in and out conversations about what do you think about ideas. So any commission report, any work like that would not happen in a dark back room that's smoke filled. I don't like smoke anyway. It's going to be in a conversation with outside groups with people to be able to be engaged.
Yeah, don't worry about it. No, we're gonna ask a bunch of people. Even if we just have a commission do it, we're gonna have a bunch of people. Yeah. This sounds a little wet. Okay. I also have to put some stuff up on the, I have to put some, I haven't put all the artwork on the walls, so that actually might help. I guess the ceiling is a little high. It's higher than it was in my other apartment. Okay, good. I'll listen back and then we'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. Thank you for that. I appreciate the feedback because I can't really tell what it sounds like. He might need some smoke.
My encouragement would be, let's find a way to be able to work together to be able to solve this, not just discourage anyone from actually talking.
Yeah, I thought about that.
Thank you. Senator Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, panelists, for being here. And Senator Langford is right. We should work together, and we should talk to each other. But I think in that discussion, we have to take a broad look at what's happening in our country today, which in fact goes beyond Social Security. And what is the reality of American society today? I don't have to tell anybody on the panel that we have millions of seniors who are struggling. I think we have about half of seniors are trying to make it on $30,000 a year or less. 1 out of 3 are struggling economically. Unbelievably, Senator Langford, I mean, it's really quite unbelievable. Something like 20% of seniors in America are trying to make it on $15,000 a year. I mean, that's unbelievable. I don't know anybody survives on that. But within that reality of so many of our seniors struggling, there is another reality that has to be placed on the table. And that is today we have more income and wealth inequality than we have ever had in the history of the United States of America.
You remember the Gilded Age of Rockefeller and J.P. Carnegie? Much worse right now. So if you're going to talk about saving Social Security, you got to throw that into the hopper. And what Senator Warren was saying in legislation that I have, which is called the Social Security Expansion Act, is not complicated. And you want bipartisanship? Republicans support it outside of here. In the real world, Democrats support it, independents support it, not very complicated. Should Elon Musk pay the same percentage of his income, which he doesn't pay anyhow, into the Social Security Trust Fund as a fireman or a nurse? Anybody think that makes sense? Nobody does. And the bottom line here is at a time when the people on top have never, ever had it so good and seniors are struggling, we've got to do what senior advocates for years have said, lift that cap. And Mr. Chairman, if we do that, in 2023, the chief actuary of the Social Security Administration found that we could extend the life of Social Security for 75 years. That's pretty good, Senator Langford. We can increase benefits by $2,400 a year. So we're doing two things, helping seniors trying to get by and expanding the solvency on Social Security. And we do that without raising taxes by 1 penny on the bottom 91% of the Americans who earn less than $250,000 a year. So I would say to my friend, Senator Langford, that has got to be thrown into the hopper. You can't just talk about Social Security in isolation. Let me now take a moment to ask a few questions to some of our panelists here. Please, brief answer. I don't have a lot of time. Do you believe we should increase the retirement age? Ms. Vallis?
Our research finds that Americans strongly oppose raising the retirement age.
Ms. Munn?
No.
Sir?
Yes. Yes, Americans are living longer, and raising the age is part of a comprehensive package is one way, I think, to actually help people build more wealth, get more work, more health. There's a lot of benefits.
I would just say in response to that, half of older workers today have nothing in savings as they face retirement. Second question is, do you believe we should consider capping or reducing Social Security COLAs? Ms. Vallis?
Again, our research finds that Americans strongly oppose doing that.
Ms. Lamont?
We would oppose as well.
Sir?
I'm open to it.
The current inflation we use overstates, COLA uses overstates inflation. I think if we cap it for the highest earners, it's a pretty smart idea that can extend solvency.
Ms. Vallis, do you believe it is appropriate that Elon Musk, the wealthiest man alive, pays the same amount of taxes into Social Security as someone who makes $184,000 a year?
Americans across party lines and pretty much all walks of life think that doesn't make a lot of sense. And I'll tell you, I've got in-laws in my family who supported this current president. And the first thing that they asked me when they found out what I do is, why hasn't Congress dealt with the payroll tax cap yet?
Ms. Lamont?
We support looking at raising the payroll tax. We know that's part of what has to be looked at if we're going to talk about not cutting benefits.
Sir?
I think a comprehensive bipartisan solution will probably require raising the cap.
Yeah, I think we should look at raising the cap and also at capping benefits that can sometimes exceed $100,000 for the wealthiest senior couples.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Boom! 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 Yeah, Yodas don't eat much. Yeah, your own pension, no government handouts. Jesus Christ, $8,000 a year. Oh my God. Oh, I know. I need small hands. I don't have all my accoutrements, all my things with me. But I will get my little hands back. I just don't have everything with me. All right, I'm going to end this because frankly, I wanted to hear Bernie and Elizabeth Warren, and that's really all I wanted to hear. I want to read a few things to you. Wowie, you can get 100,000. I don't know how you do that. I'm not sure how you do that. No, I don't want to share it with friends and family. Are they going to raise the? Yeah, exactly. Right, Lee? That's what they should be doing. That's what everybody said to do. Bitches. Bitches get stitches. Okay, let's see here. I'm going to hide that. All right, okay, all right, okay, all right, okay. I want to read you some articles today. Any other fireworks happening that I need to know about? I couldn't see anything. And I don't think I want to listen to the fraud JD Vance talk about fraud because I don't really care. I don't think he's finding any fraud. I think he's doing whatever the states are finding, he's taking credit for. He can go fuck himself. Yeah. All right, but let me read to you some articles that I picked out, especially for you. Especially for you. Yeah, yeah. From the New York Times. Yeah. Dr. Weinbach's Inside the Oval Office Showdown between Trump and Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine Pirro, a drunk U.S. attorney for the District of Columbia, told President Trump that his Interior Secretary, Doug Burgum, had misled him with a self-serving cover story for his own mistakes. Oh no, we're reading. Yeah, we're reading. We're not doing anything. We're not leaving. We're not leaving. Okay, there she is. She's looking great. Jeanine, you're looking fresh and fantastic. Yes, really good eye blossophobia. You got a good eye surgery there. Here she is, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine Pirro had it up to here with Doug Burgum, the famously voluble U.S. attorney. Wow, I want to be known as that. Famously voluble. Oh, yes. Oh, God, don't even, I'm going to tell you, and we're going to be able to do like background stuff. I'm going to be able to dance for you. No, I'm just kidding. We're going to do all kinds of fun stuff in this little studio. It's going to be great. All right, here we go. The famously voluble U.S. attorney for the D.C. for District of Columbia strode into the Oval Office late Monday with her future on the line, and the Interior Secretary, with whom she privately called an incompetent liar, in her crosshairs. That's right, Doug Burgum, I'm coming for you. Doug Burgum, though, unfortunately, has many more millions of dollars than Jeanine Pirro does, and so, frankly, Doug is a much more valuable commodity to dump than Jeanine is. Just please remember that Doug Burgum was a major, major Trump donor. And that's how he got his job. Neil. Wait. Neil. Pour it up to here. I've had it up to here with Doug Burgum. Studio. Yikes. Okay. A few hours earlier, in front of the cameras from the Resolute desk, President Trump had accused Ms. Pirro, an ally and friend from New York, going back decades, and the ex-wife of the man that he pardoned in his first administration. I can't remember what her husband did, or ex-husband or something, but he pardoned him, and that guy was a pretty bad criminal, but whatever. Anyway, I digress. They're all such a bunch of fucking... God, you guys, whoever voted for these people voted for a bunch of snakes. How stupid. Boy, you must feel really stupid now, I hope. Okay, wait, oops. Shoddily, folding like an umbrella. Folding like an umbrella. Folding like an umbrella and choking after she withdrew charges against a man accused of destroying the lining of his beloved but shoddily renovated Lincoln Memorial. He doesn't love it. He just wanted to do it. Would you say she folded like the wine dark cardboard? Like a crushed box of wine? Why was he so angry at her? Because Ms. Pirro had dared to publicly demolish one of his most cherished narratives, promoted by Mr. Burgum, that vandals, and not a contractor hired by the Interior Department to do a rush job, had defaced a Washington landmark. Apparently, they defaced a bunch of Washington landmarks. Oh, thank you, Teresa. Tax fraud. Right. Oh, well, that's not even bad anymore. Okay. I mean, that's not even a bad crime, apparently. Yeah, folded like a taco. Yeah, but she's going to lose in the game against Doug Burgum. She's going to lose. She does not have the money to fight Doug Burgum. Sorry. This is a money game at this point. Mr. Trump raged against Ms. Pirro in private on Monday. Then he raged a little to reporters. Rumors she would be fired, burbled through the West Wing. Then he raged a little bit more before hosting a high-drama face-to-face meeting with Ms. Pirro at the White House, worthy of two decorated veterans of confrontational reality TV. Actually, yeah, that would have been kind of fun. Mr. Burgum had been invited too, so Ms. Pirro came prepared. She entered the White House from the West Executive driveway in a bright red blazer that matched her fight-back mood, schlepping a white box containing evidence. Oh, I thought that was the shit that she had to leave from her office with. Plus a black box with documents on wheels. Ooh, scary. There's Burgum. Oh, don't look at me. Don't look at me. I just gave this man money. I don't know. I don't know. I don't care how many children he raped. I really don't. What are children? What does rape mean? I don't know. I'm just a mineral guy. Or I don't know what I am. Look at that fucking face. Look at that fucking face. Oh God, I want to punch it. I want to punch it so hard. I'm sure he wants to punch me too, so it's kind of even. Waiting for her in the Oval Office, along with the president, Mr. Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and David Warrington, the White House counsel. That's a joke. That's a real joke. Good job, David. I hope you never work again. After about an hour of intense back and forth, Ms. Pirro emerged with her job intact for now. Speaking to reporters during a trip to the West Coast on Tuesday evening, Mr. Dump said he had told Ms. Pirro he was not happy with her filing and was still weighing her future. What? Ouch. Yeah, the U.S. Attorney for D.C.'s office is not in the White House. Yeah, I know. I understand. It's true. It's true. People went crazy when they saw the white box and thought, she had been shit-canned. But yeah, that's true. I don't take it personally. I haven't made a determination, he said, when asked if Ms. Pirro's job was safe. During the meeting on Monday, Ms. Pirro, her voice raised at times, directly confronted Mr. Burgum, accusing him of misleading the president. Oh dear, it got real spicy. She made the case that Mr. Burgum had promoted a self-serving cover story to conceal his own missteps. Oh man, this got brutal, it looks like. Mr. Burgum spoke less, but did his best to defend himself, according to a person briefed on the exchange, requesting anonymity to discuss internal conversations. Boy, you know what? For that person's sake, I hope there was a ton of people in that room. Otherwise, they're fucking done. They're fucking done. Hi, easily distracted. Yeah. Good to see you. Good to see you, girl. Mr. Trump seemed considerably less angry by day's end, the person said. Is this Natalie Harp? Is she our new insider? What if she is? Oh, what if Natalie Harp is the leak? Oh, that'd be great. That'd be a great story. This account, based on interviews with several people with knowledge of the events, demonstrated a core truth of Mr. Dump's second term. Anyone willing to contradict the president is in trouble, even if the disaster happens to be a family friend who has faithfully executed his prosecutorial agenda over the years, which is really interesting because she's losing everything. She's losing everything. Yeah, squirrel. She's losing it all. Anyway. She loses every case she brings. The saga began on July 2nd when a fired-up Ms. Pirro appeared before members of the news media to announce that her office had indicted David Hearn, 67, a former Olympic canoeist, on a single count of felony vandalism after he had been observed damaging the pool lining. Well, apparently he hadn't been observed doing that. Yeah, Natalie Harp is a diaper nurse, but I think she's also the leak. That's my rumor. I'm going to start that rumor. This is not only a priority for the president. Wait. Oh. This is not only a priority for the president. Hi, baby voice is back. I'm back. Hello. Oh my God. I'm so happy to be back. This is not only a priority for the president, but for myself. We will prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Horn Whipley destroyed property. Until we don't. Her ex-husband. Thank you very much. Yeah, her ex-husband. Can you imagine? I mean, I'm not married, and granted, I haven't really gone out there and looked too hard, but I kind of am shocked about the people who are married. Like, how do they live? I think I'm a pretty easygoing person. I mean, maybe I'm not, but I think I am. I never understood that. Well, I guess I'll never will. But anyway, Okay, let's see. What else did she say? She did not. Last Friday, Ms. Pearl beat a humbling prosecutorial retreat in a 20-page court filing, admitting that her fast-track July indictment of the three-time Olympian had been based on false assumptions and incomplete evidence. That sounds like a great use of tax dollars. That's great. You should, everyone who thinks that Trump is the best thing ever, you should be really happy that we have all kinds of incompetent people that we're paying big salaries to fuck up over and over and over again. Yeah. The document amounted to an indictment of sorts of Mr. Burgum, the contractor hired to repair the pool, Atlantic Industrial Coatings, and U.S. Park Police officials. So here's the interesting thing is that, did you see, I don't know which press conference it was, but Trump actually said, I don't even know the contractor. I don't even know the contractor. I don't even know. I mean, my God, he's your contractor. You literally said, I have a pool guy. And literally, you got your pool guy. You literally have your pool guy. Your pool guy that you don't know is the one who fucked up the reflecting pool and apparently are fucking up all of the fountains and other water features in the district. What is going on? Why are we allowing them to spend money on ruining our nation's capital, number one, which didn't need it? Okay, I lived in Washington, D.C. It's perfectly fine. It was perfectly fine. It is one of the most beautiful cities in the world. I loved living there. It is vibrant. It is full of people. Like, you walk into the bagel shop and there's like full-throated conversations about deep political issues between your bagel maker and the patrons. Like, I love DC. It is like people are really in tune with shit in DC. And I love that. Ugh. And it was fine. I think they've ruined DC. I mean, I haven't been there since the Trump administration, but I feel like they've ruined it. Ms. Pirro's filing suggested that Mr. Bergen had committed the twofold sin of failing to competently oversee the renovation, then prodding Dump to accept the vandals did it story. Well, helped by Jesse Waters, who had some weird grainy CCTV about a woman putting her hand in the reflecting pool, which I don't think is against the law. Really? The helicopter landing pad at the White House is being demolished. It's barely days old. I don't know. I worked in corporations for about 12 years at the beginning of my career. I worked in a corporation, so I kind of got a feel for what corporate life was like. And I worked in the headquarters too. So I got a pretty good feel for what corporate life was like. And it was always astounding to me how many stupid people there were in a corporation. Like, I always, when you go into a corporation, and I came out of college into that company and then rose up the ranks in that company. And I always was astounded by the people around me, that there was probably one or two or three people who were really, really smart and really, really talented at what they did. But the lion's share of people in corporations were pretty incompetent and lazy. You know what I mean? And I'm not saying that in a bad way. Well, maybe I am. But I mean, I'm just saying that the level of competence, when you look at a large group of people in a venture, you're not going to have complete competence all the way through that, right? There's going to be a few competent people, and then there's going to be worker bees, that do stuff. And then there's just going to be people who kind of like, go along to get along. And so I look at government the same way. It's like a big corporation. Like, there's probably a few talented people, and then there's a lot of people who are just kind of doing their thing, right? Yeah, Peter Principle. So I don't look at institutions and go, wow, I know that I have complete confidence in their ability to really, look at all the issues. Again, I'm not trying to be super mean, because I was part of that corporation, so I was probably part of the dumb team. But I just, I feel like that's just natural, that there's like a normal, there's usually a few really bright people, And either sometimes you're lucky enough for them to be in a position where they can influence things and have really good projects come out of it. And then other times you kind of go, God, why are we doing this again? So anyway, I don't know. I'm sorry for that little side trip, but it just kind of makes me. Ms. Pirro said that her staff had relied almost exclusively on claims by Interior Department officials that extensive damage to the lining was caused by Mr. Hearn and other vandals who were observed tugging at or removing pieces of material from the wall. So are you telling me, and this might be true, maybe someone knows, does the U.S. Attorney's Office not investigate things before they bring indictments? Do they not? They're not the investigating party. Who is the investigating party of the U.S. Attorney's Office? That's what I wonder. Is it the FBI? I don't even understand. How does that work? All right, well, whatever. After reviewing thousands of pages of evidence, she concluded that the department had rushed and botched the renovation and that bad information from park police officials had led her to cite tremendous evidence against Mr. Hearn that did not exist. Well, it wasn't very tremendous then, was it? I don't know. Oh, wait, that's what she's trying to give you. All right. Oh my God. But consequences for Mr. Hearn. Oh wait, the whole episode had a vaguely comic air. Why would the leader of the free world juggling a war and wobbly economy fixate on a pool liner? But consequences for Mr. Hearn were anything but. The felony charge carried a maximum 10-year prison term based on an assessment by Ms. Pirro's team that the damage inflicted amounted to more than $1,000. I mean, really, come on now. And there's a big piece of the pool. Well, that looks like Alaska. Oh, maybe that's what they did. They just put pieces of the states in as, oh, now I get it. The corporate world is a trip. It was eye-opening to realize how few people in my global company had any clue about tariffs basic. See, this is the thing, Lee. I think there is a lack of, I don't know. I'm not a good, I have some experience in organizational development. And so like people and, roles and stuff like that, corporations and roles and stuff like that. But I don't know. It always struck me that you just can't have that many smart people. The sheer chance that you're going to get that many smart people in a room, let alone a company, is kind of crazy. I don't have much faith in people, though. Okay, Ms. Pirro knew full well that her U-turn could infuriate Mr. Dump, but decided to cram her filing with enough evidence to decisively disprove Mr. Burgum's claims. That's interesting. What an interesting strategy that is for her. She gave the White House a heads up last week before filing the motion to dismiss the charge against Mr. Hearn in federal court, although it was not clear if Mr. Dump was briefed, because you have to tell him to his face. According to people familiar with the situation who requested anonymity to discuss internal deliberations, I wouldn't want, you're probably not going to want to tell him anyway, right? You're probably not going to want to tell him anyway, because he's going to get mad at you. So you probably hope you're going to get it through and then just like not have to address it. Well, she did. Ominous signals from Mr. Dump began to emerge on Saturday after a day after Ms. Pirro filed her motion in the ocean. I disagree. We got to do this. We got to do this. Yeah, it was Mr. Greenpools. Who would name their pool company Greenpools? I have my pool and spa license from Florida, believe it or not. I have it. I got my license years and years and years ago. So me and my ex-boyfriend owned a little pool service company in Fort Lauderdale. And I got my license for pool and spa. And I can only tell you that I would never have named my pool company anything with green in it. There just can't be that many smart people in one place. It's not me who does it. It's just normal scatter plot, scatter chart. Okay, wait. I disagree 100% with Miss Janine Pawillo. Sayana wakwa. Sayano Wakwa. I want to say it that way. Can I say it that way? Is that okay? He named it after what? Green water. I will bring you green water. He did. So, I mean, you know, truth in advertising. Okay, I don't know what she was thinking. To me, it was a pure case of vandalism. There may have been some contract or difficulty who I did not know, so let the record show that I may have hired them a number of times, but I did not know them. But the major damage was caused by vandals! I can speak as an expert. I haven't kept up my license, but you know, I know the concepts. And I know you don't name your pool company Green. I'm sorry. Mr. Burgum took to social media to defend himself. Why? Well, how else would you in this day and age? And not just any social media, probably X. His staff provided the U.S. Attorney's Office expert and eyewitness testimony to the damage done by vandals and provided every piece of evidence they asked for in the requested timeline detailing each area of damage in the pool, he wrote. So you sent them Jesse Waters clip? Oh boy, that's big. Mr. Dump seemed at first to have taken Mr. Burgum's side and grew steadily angrier at Ms. Pirro as the weekend ground on. But by mid-Monday, he pounced when asked a Pirro question at press availability in the Oval Office, saying he was disappointed and accusing Ms. Pirro of being too afraid to present the case to the judge in the Hearn case. Well, I mean, because there's no evidence, you idiot. Why are you guys supporting a child rapist? This man credibly alleged to have raped children. That man. And look at you standing around him and lauding him as if he has any clue. Hey, like, take away the child rape, okay? All right. If you have to, take that away. This man is incompetent. The tariff scheme didn't work. The war is stupid and a crime. The Venezuela thing is a crime. The world hates us, understandably. They are moving on without us, also understandably. And the man is allowing a police force within the United States to shoot unarmed citizens in the face for merely protesting a policy of the United States government. Why? God, I can't wait till he dies. I really can't. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. I know that he's not the, you know, the problem, really. I mean, he's a part of the problem, but he's not the problem. Russ Vought, Stephen Miller, Peter Thiel. But I'll tell you, it's just amazing to me. It's just amazing. Did anyone dare to mention the impact of driving an armored vehicle across the pools or multiple armored vehicles across the pools? Eyes of the Nightmare Jungle. Hi, why? What does that mean? What does that mean? Why, what? They should have painted the birthday card drawing and the naked lady sent to Epstein on the bottom of it. They might. Maybe we'll do that in the next one. No, I don't know. It's crazy. Okay. Notably, he did not answer a question from a reporter about Miss Pirro's future employment. Why Miss Pirro, who knows Mr. Dump's personality and trigger points better than almost anyone outside his family, was willing to risk the president's wrath remains somewhat unclear. I don't know. That's a good point. Like, why'd she go so hard? Is it just to throw Burgum under the bus because she knew she couldn't indict the guy? I guess. She had to do something, right? So I guess she went on offense and said, Burgum made me do it. You know, I guess I get it. After reviewing thousands of pages of evidence over the past few weeks, Ms. Pirro determined, after reviewing After reviewing thousands of pages of evidence, did she really? Did she? She should prove it. She should prove it. Her critics have questioned, after reviewing that, it needed to be rescinded before it was thrown out of court, according to two people close to the situation. Maybe she just sees what's happening, that everything she does gets thrown out of court. I don't know. Her critics have questioned whether her motive was nearly so straightforward or altruistic. They suggest Ms. Pirro's decision to withdraw the indictment was self-protective. She might be trying to head off disciplinary action that could result in grand jury testimony or other internal materials are made public. That's a big statement right there. That's a big statement. That's a really big statement. Bergam and Satan, isn't that special? They should have paid. Oh, that's right. I read that. Hello, Eyes of the Nightmare Jungle. I think I know who you are. I just can't rhyme. I can't remember, but welcome. I'm really glad to see you. She might be trying to head off disciplinary action that could result. So get this, folks. Our U.S. attorney is really probably under the gun. And even she sees that the courts will not treat her nicely. I don't know why she cares about that, because what does she do? Go into retirement again, rich, and make money now speaking about her time in the Trump administration? I mean, what is so bad about being fired from the Trump administration? Please show me. Mr. Hearn's lawyer said she was guilty of what she had accused Mr. Burgum of doing, rushing to take an action to appease her boss, and that she had ample access before indicting Mr. Hearn to evidence showing that the damage had been caused by the contractor. The contractor, Atlantic Industrial Coatings, which doesn't sound like a front at all, has not responded to queries about the case, but a June 21 statement on the company's website says that there are some areas of the pool that require repairs. Yeah. Again, another thing we didn't have to say. We didn't have to do anything to the pool. It is the professional discipline. Yeah, and that's the thing. So, I mean, that she should have it. The professional discipline, the humiliation, liability. Oh, liability, yeah. That I could see. The humiliation I'm not seeing so much, because really, she's not humiliated already. Really? But she has other things to accomplish before she leaves the office. Yeah, like James Comey. She's got to get James Comey. Oh, Fox won't hire you later. Damn. Human being. You got it. All right. Janine Pirro has another face. Oh, ha. Oh, God. Goofy. Okay. Ms. Pirro, who rose to prominence in jostling New York City tabloid market alongside Mr. Dump, has also demonstrated a greater sense of independence. Wait, what? Who wrote this? Than many other senior department officials whose careers have been entirely made up and can be unmade by Mr. Trump. Well, but no. This is a dumb statement. Because, listen, she doesn't have a sense of independence. She's trying to do all the things that this one goddamn man wants her to do. She just is running up against actual consequences, right? She's actually running up against consequences, and even she cannot. That's what it sounds like. Even she cannot stand for those consequences. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's crazy, but I guess it could be true. She left a far higher paying job at Fox News to take over the U.S. attorney job, is lukewarm on Washington, and has told friends, some of them skeptical, that she sees her current post as a capstone, not a stepping stone, and she does not fear a "you're fired" moment. Okay. Yet by all accounts, Ms. Pirro offered a spirited defense of herself on Monday and appears determined to win her battle, blah, 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 blah. Oh, there'll be other cases she tries to bring and fails on. That's one thing. You know, that's pretty much. This is what I pulled up. This was just the front page of the New York Times. I was going to see what's up. What's up? El Sayed's win in Michigan sets up the left's biggest test of the fall. Woo! See 25K bonuses to keep staff in the office. What? Really? Like all staff? All staff? I love this. Abdul Al-Sayed and Haley Stevens projecting unity after a divisive race. I love this. We talked about this morning. I absolutely love that. Wall Street Journal, empty wheel. Ooh, I have to check on empty wheel. That's a good one. I have not been paying attention to my beautiful friend, empty wheel. What is her? There we go. Let's pull up her latest and greatest. Oh boy, there's a lot of good stuff there. What the hell is this guy? Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, we might go on to a new U.S. attorney's story after this. Okay. All right. I'm going to keep going. Yay, Michigan. Michigan, we're so proud of you. Presumably valuable staff are inclined to depart. Interesting. Where is Gal? Gal is, I don't know where Gal is. She came in this morning and said howdy. She's off. Busy lady. Jeannie gave up millions to take this position. I feel like she still knows she's going to bankroll it. I don't think she's got any altruism in her whatsoever. You know, that's what I think, personally. And then I found this. We're still in the kind of scammy Trump people. Here's Justin Sun. He is a whistleblower. See, he has a whistle and a blower, and he's pointing. I wanted to read this. It came out actually on the 27th, but we've been keeping up with the World Liberty Financial saga. Justin Sun is an investor in the World Liberty Financial, and then he got fucked by the Trump boys, and now he's upset about it. And he's talking about it, even though he got a pardon. So moving on to more of Trump corruption. This is from New York Magazine. The billionaire blowing the whistle on Trump's crypto shop. World Liberty put $800 million in the president's pocket. Justin Sun is alleging fraud. And I don't know why. Hopefully this talked about where his case is. Oh my God, it's an hour? Oh boy, I can't do an hour. I'm going to read as much of this as I can. And then I'm going to go ahead and put this story in the links. So we have that. She does not want to be another disbarred lawyer in the trail of scorched earth. I mean, but really, do they care? I mean, maybe they don't. I guess they don't. Yeah, hopefully it's too late. I think it's too late, right? Like, come on. Like, it's only a matter of time before these people are brought before whatever bar, you know. Like, I feel like that's got to happen. That's my Pollyanna, I guess. Anyway. All right, let's read a little bit of this, and then we'll see where we go. All right, Justin Sun was already one of the richest people in the world, having made his fortune in the no rules early phase of the crypto industry when he first met three men from World Liberty Financial. It was October 2024, and the only thing Sun knew of the company is they were hoping he would invest in is that it was being launched by then candidate Donald Trump and his three sons. My three sons. He has three sons. That's right. I always forget. Neither Don Jr., Eric, or Barron, or anyone else with the Trump name was on the video call that day. Instead, on the other side were World Liberty's three top executives, an internet marketing hustler who had spent time in jail on drug charges and had been sued multiple times for fraud, a former professional pickup artist, and the son of Donald Trump's best friend. Chase Hero, the internet marketer, was a wiry 41-year-old with sleeve tattoos, perma-stubble, and a vocabulary rich in blue-collar slang. Zach Folkman, the pickup artist, also 41, had both ears pierced and "win" tattooed on one biceps in a comic book style speech bubble. He and Hero had previously launched a crypto platform that was hacked and drained of money, prompting accusations from at least one large investor and of insider theft. The third co-founder was Zach Witkoff, the 33-year-old son of Stephen Witkoff. Recognize that name? The real estate mogul who now serves as President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East. Yeah, that one. Zach Witkoff had been arrested for cocaine possession, leaving a Miami nightclub in 2022. Not when he was 22, in 22. Maybe Piro will jump on MTG's. Yeah, that's true. They're all gonna. That's going to be crazy. That's wild shit. The 33-year-old son of Steve Witkoff, the real estate mogul, and now serves as President Trump's special envoy to the Middle East, Zach, had been arrested for cocaine and generally presented as an awkward rich kid. Oh, is that what we're calling him? If you could anthropomorphize a squirrel, as a former World Liberty advisor put it. My dad got shot at with the president the other day, Witkoff said by way of introduction on the call. What? Yes, okay. Son, who was raised in China by middle-class journalist parents and earned a master's degree at the University of Pennsylvania, built his fortune by launching his own blockchain, Tron, which became popular in Asia as a fast and cheap way to move US dollar stablecoins. Tron's digital coin, TRX, with a market cap of $31 billion, is the 8th most valuable cryptocurrency in the world. According to Forbes, Son's net worth is an estimated $8.5 billion, making him richer than George Soros and not far behind Bill Ackman. Son suggests he's worth more than that. When Bloomberg estimated his wealth at $12.5 billion, Son sued. In his ascendancy, Son had not escaped the attention of U.S. government. In March 2023, the Securities and Exchange Commission under the Biden administration charged him and his companies with fraud, alleging market manipulation, and the unregistered offer and sale of securities. Son was charged simultaneously with Lindsay Lohan, Jake Paul, Akon, and Soulja Boy, who were accused of illegally hawking Tron's cryptocurrency without disclosing Son paid them to do so. The SEC also accused Son of artificially inflating the price of TRX by making hundreds of thousands of essentially fake trades among his own accounts and of lying. Son materially misrepresented truth about the touting campaign to deceive investors, according to the SEC. Later that year, Tron made headlines for reportedly being used by terrorist groups, including Hamas and Islamic Jihad, putting additional heat on Son, who had reportedly avoided traveling to the U.S. for years out of fear he'd be arrested. Tron later took measures to better police its platform. This guy does not deserve any grace. Do you understand that? This man does not deserve any grace. Now, on the eve of the presidential election, the three guys on Zoom were offering Son an interesting investment opportunity that, should Trump win a second term, might also conveniently help relieve the legal pressure. Oh, pay for play. Don Jr., Eric Dump were all in on the project, the three World Liberty founders said on the call. In fact, the Dump family at the time owned 75% of the business. The Dump's passion for World Liberty, the founders told Son, came from being debanked or offloaded as clients by JP Morgan and Capital One in the wake of the January 6th insurrection. They were committed to pursuing a crypto alternative for their wealth. They've done it. A way to control their money through uncensorable digital wallets. Trump would preside over a financial revolution, enabling regular citizens to bypass banks and invest their assets freely across decentralized crypto platforms. Oh, what a dream. Smart water. World Liberty would build innovative projects that delivered on the new administration's ambitions. They said they were the victim of those centralized controls, says Son. I believe in the vision of what was presented. Son, who was a libertarian streak, he became an Ayn Rand fan in graduate school. Whatever, Ayn Rand. Says he identified with fears of a very big centralized power that would eventually enslave everyone. He liked the pitch enough that he was willing to overlook the founders' worrisome backgrounds. I think he has worrisome background. How about that? In November 2024, Son transferred $30 million to World Liberty and came aboard as an advisor, receiving billions of yet-to-launch WLFI coins, the stable coin, the key token in the company's future crypto ecosystem, in exchange. He was immediately the biggest investor in the project. Son's involvement also gave World Liberty a halo of safety in the eyes of many other crypto investors. In the month before Son invested, World Liberty had brought in only $21 million from other investors, a fraction of its target. After Son's involvement was made public, money poured in, including another $15 million from Son. World Liberty closed its initial sale in January 2025, having raised $300 million. Over the next year or so, Son would come to believe he'd made a colossal mistake. World Liberty would disappoint his expectations and those of many other investors. The decentralized crypto products it promised would largely never materialize. The money investors put in would remain mostly locked away from them. and the WLFI cryptocurrency would crash, leaving many token holders with huge losses. While the president and his partners made hundreds of millions in profits, Sun would be stripped of his tokens entirely. Today, the thing I regret the most is not only that my money got stuck, but that my name is on the project. Oh, little baby. Sun says, I believe many other people also got harmed. In April 2026, he filed a lawsuit against World Liberty alleging fraud and a breach of contract. When we spoke in June via Zoom, it was late in the evening in Hong Kong where he lives. His background was a picture of the Golden Gate Bridge, but when the screen faltered, I could see he was lying down, his head on a pillow. Wearing a deep blue crew neck t-shirt, he drank water from a carafe as he walked me through the past and his time with World Liberty. Our conversation took place under the shadow of defamation claims World Liberty had recently made against Sun, and he seemed torn between wanting to condemn the company's actions and staying within the guardrails his lawyers had set for him. But he couldn't hide his outrage at World Liberty for making a mockery of the principles it was purportedly founded on. Oh, yeah, give me a break, okay? Literally, he's mad because they fucking cut him out. They cut him out of the deal. That's why this bitch is mad. Give me a break. Oh my God. I can't stand it. We got to call bullshit every time they're all, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I'm sorry. Fuck you. Ugh. I never expected this to happen to me. This is the worst case scenario. Sun's account and those of others who invested in and worked for the company depict an enterprise that was partially inspired and de facto run by Harrow, a man whose career might be characterized as a high-speed succession of shameless for-profit hustles. Great. Oh, the guy from Girls Gone Wild wasn't available? Oh, whatever happened to him? Is he still in jail? I think he's in jail. Let's see. Describe how World of Liberty soaked up hundreds of millions in investments based on the dump's involvement and then sat on the money. Outside investors, including Sun, always seemed to lose. Shocker. While company insiders always won. I thought surely these people would not do what they did with such a public profile attached. Oh my God. I didn't think the leopards would eat my face. I thought I was a leopard. I thought I was one of the leopards. Why are they eating my face? Yeah, oh man, this is crazy. I love it. I love seeing people like this get fucked. I do. I'm sorry. I thought surely these people would not do what they did with such a public profile attached. My God, what could have happened? Looking back, I was wrong about that. Unfortunately, as alleged in the complaint, certain operators leveraged the Trump brand to profit through fraud. No shit, really? And you're mad that you didn't get on the inside of it. You're mad that you were the mark. Sucks to be the mark, doesn't it, Justin? Sucks. Maybe it's karma? I don't know. The president's financial disclosures reveal that in 2025, his ventures brought in at least $2.2 billion, with crypto accounting for more than half of that total. Oh, let it crash. The largest individual element of that historic windfall, likely the best financial year of his life and the most profitable for any president, was World Liberty, which is WLFI, which is World Liberty Fucks Investors. That's what I see their code means. Which put some $800 million into Dump's pocket. While the Dumps were hands-off on day-to-day matters, and Sun is careful to say his issues are not with the Trumps directly. They were the largest owners of the company and certainly the ones who decided its shape. No president I can think of has exploited the office this way for their own personal monetary gain, says Don Fox, who served as general counsel and then acting director of the Office of Government Ethics under George Bush and Barack Obama. In the post-Watergate era, nobody's gotten wealthy off the presidency, certainly not fabulously wealthy. Trump has also used his office to protect his investment, signing an executive order essentially instructing the SEC to go easy on crypto. You really think this man has your best interests at heart? Seriously, you really think that? You really think that? Okay. As soon as he was inaugurated and while World Liberty was still raising money, which Fox adds is a criminal offense for any executive branch official except the president and the vice president. I guess it's good then that Witkoff is just a special envoy. I guess it's good that he's not a real employee. Yeah. Trump didn't start out a crypto booster in 2019. Okay, I'm not going to read through his historical love of and then hate of crypto. Oh, this is Zach Folkman and Chase Hero. Boy, this is so. Why do people like this succeed? Why? Let's see. Here we go. Trump's sudden interest in crypto can be traced back to a seemingly serendipitous meeting with Chase Hero in 2023. As Hero tells the story, he bumped into Zach Witkoff that summer, just bumped into him at the Witkoff's golf resort. You know, I always meet people at my golf resort. I can't even tell you how many people I meet at my golf resort. Let's see. You met him at the golf resort. Oh, they own the Shell Blade Club near Miami, and Zach offered to drive him around the course. Literally on the golf cart, we just started shooting the shit, Hero later told Fortune. They became fast friends. Zach introduced Hero to his father, Steve, and the elder Witkoff brokered a meeting between Hero and Trump. And now this is why we can't have nice things. Yeah, that's right. Great. Sitting with Trump, then in exile at Mar-a-Lago, Hero needed to prove that there was real money in crypto and that he, seemingly a nobody, was actually absurdly rich. Hero pulled out his phone and moved some $100 million in crypto coins from one wallet to another. Trump was sold. That turned the lights on. Is anybody worried about that? Anybody think that's weird? I don't know. Do you think that's weird? I think that's weird. Yeah, he started salivating. Oh my God, that turned the lights on. It's a way to make some money. The White House has no comment. Spokesperson for WLFI says the story is inaccurate, doesn't specify why, because it's not. From there, Dump began courting the crypto vote and receiving generous contributions from the industry. He declared he would make the U.S. the crypto capital of the planet and branded himself the future crypto president. He officially launched the World Liberty shortly before the election, and his own Trump meme coin. Okay, the Trump meme coin, which is an entirely different venture. And do we all know who was behind the Trump and the Melania and the Argentinian coins? Yep. Let me hear it. Hayden Davis, who said the Trumps sniped their own coins. Oh, but sniping isn't technically against the law, I guess, because there's no SEC oversight over it. Okay, got you. Zach and Chase and Zach. Hero, roughly 5'10" with a slender build. Oh, I don't even care. His family was very poor. On a podcast, when you live in poverty, you assume everybody's poor. He sold marijuana. I don't really care about their backgrounds, if that's what this is going to be. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and link this, but I'm not going to keep going on. But the bottom line is Justin Sun is trying to blow the whistle. Let me see if they get to the point of this. Oh, here we go. Let's get to the meat of the matter. There we go. That's just background. Last August, World Liberty announced that the WLFI token would begin trading on the open market on September 1st, 2025, the crypto equivalent of an IPO, initial public offering. Investors would finally be able to turn their tokens into real money. A few days before the debut, Sun posted photos of himself with Eric Trump in Hong Kong, both smiling and giving a thumbs up. This is great. I think it's going to be great. We're going to be really great. Yeah, I don't know where are you standing in a public library? What is the lighting situation there? Oh yeah, it's great. But in an unexpected move, oh no! You mean it didn't go as planned? Holy shit. But in an unexpected move, World Liberty released only 20% of each investor's tokens. Great, now we can sell some, but what about the rest? Said Christensen, who has become an unofficial spokesman for thousands of disgruntled WLFI investors. When trading opened, many worried holders rushed to sell what they could. After an initial spike, yeah, that's called a rug pull, WLFI's price went into free fall. Why do we think that happened? By the end of the day, WLFI was down 40%. Yeah, almost half. Sun claims he didn't sell any of his tokens, but that he moved 56 million of them, about 1% of the 4 billion he owned overall, into other crypto wallets after the price fell, meaning the transfer could not have been the cause of the decline. So he's like, it wasn't me. I didn't drive the price down. So what did? 3 days later, Sun woke up, says he woke up to find that he was locked out of his entire World Liberty account. Even the 20% share that should have been able to trade was gone, he alleges in his lawsuit. While his World Liberty tokens had been worth as much as $1 billion on paper, it was no longer clear that they were his. My account got frozen completely, he says. I think I was in shock for a while. After all the trust and support I gave them, I couldn't understand what happened. Why are the envelopers eating my face? Why are they eating my face? That's the Fonzies. Thank you. Oh boy. It looked to Sun, who's lost money in many a failed hacked or corrupt crypto project from Mt. Gox to FTX, like a classic rug pull, crypto speak for a scheme in which founders run off with their investors' funds. I was like, this is losing control, and I lost all confidence in the project. Well, you know what? You lay down with pigs, you're going to get dirty. That's what my mama always said. Lay down with pigs, you're going to get dirty. Sun says he soon discovered that World Liberty had powers he was unaware of and a level of control that is unusual for decentralized blockchain projects. Yeah, it's peak reflecting. He's a fucking... I'm so glad Justin Sun got fucked. Okay, can I tell you, I want all these guys to get fucked. I don't give a shit. I do not give a shit about these guys. On August 24th, 8 days before trading went live, the company had pushed through a change in its smart contract, the algorithm that automatically executes token transactions, giving World Liberty the power to freeze and effectively seize any investor's tokens without warning. Oh my God. In the dark of night, the company thus created a blacklisting function that it could wield at will. Sun would later say in his lawsuit, or as he put it on a post on X, this is a trapdoor marketed as an open door. Sun concluded that not only did World Liberty have no intention of returning his coins, it also planned to scapegoat him for its disastrous debut, and worse yet, try to get him in legal trouble with the Dump administration. World Liberty said in a post on X that certain unnamed user, which many, including Sun, assumed was him, was suspected of misappropriation of other holders' funds. A representative for Sun says Justin would never have had the practical ability to misappropriate anyone's funds since he was just an investor and an advisor, and was never in a position to access user funds. A few weeks later, around September 24th, according to Sun's lawsuit, Harrow gave Sun a choice. He could publicly agree for World Liberty to burn, that is, destroy his WLFI coins, relinquishing his right to what was then $776 million in tokens, or World Liberty's leadership team would call a vote among all token holders on whether to forcibly burn Sun's holdings. Either way, Sun would never get his tokens back. Hero allegedly amped up the pressure further, threatening to report Sun to U.S. criminal authorities. Oh my God. Claiming there were problems with the compliance documents he submitted when he first invested, according to Sun's lawsuit, where he describes this as extortion. As the claim alleges, there were repeated occasions where through World Liberty, through Chase Hero, threatened to burn my tokens. Sun says it definitely was not. Yeah, so what would give him a right to burn tokens, I wonder? I don't really quite get that. Is it because they're I guess that's the scapegoating, saying you're bad, you did something bad, so we're going to take all your money that you gave us? How's that legal? I still don't understand how that's legal. Doesn't make any sense. Even then, Sun held out hope that he could patch things up without going to court. After all, he still thought highly of Dump, who had loomed large in his life since childhood when he'd learned English in part. Okay, whatever. But by early, it was also, didn't he get a pardon? Are we missing this big part where Justin Sun got a pardon? Maybe it comes later. By early February 2026, many advisors to the company, minus those who had taken official positions at World Liberty, had distanced themselves from it. I'm not aware of anybody who talks to them anymore. Nobody trusts World Liberty Financial. Oh, man. After various dealings or misdealings that have occurred, in getting involved, he had believed his expertise would help protect investors' money, but he and other advisors were concluding that continuing to support World Liberty was a reputational liability. How much do I really want to be associated here and for how long? Let me translate for you. It means, can I cash out and then get the fuck out of here? Because I got to stick around long enough to just get some of my money back. Don't believe the hype. World Liberty had also wiped its team members off the About page of its website, erasing a stack of a dozen mostly smiling headshots, including the 4 dump men, the Witkoffs, Hero, Folkman, and 3 other executives Sun took to the move as a tacit admission of guilt. I think they know they're doing something wrong. I just think seeing criminals get so panicky about being crimed on, I just think that's funny. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I fucking love this. The Trumps, though, continued hawking their cryptocurrency as though nothing were amiss. Barron Trump, oh man, he's going to be skewered in the public eye, and I cannot fucking wait. Who, alongside his half-dumb brothers, had initially been listed as one of World Liberty's top team members. His official title is the Web3 ambassador, but who had been silent on the project for months, piped up on X in late January to announce that World Liberty's stablecoin had surpassed $4 billion in market value. Oh boy, this is just the start. This is the start, everybody. I'm here. Bowen is here, and I'm here to make some money. Money, 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 money. This is just the start. Oh, sweetie, it's just the end. It's the beginning of the end, bitch. You better run back to mommy's womb. You better shove yourself up that vajayjay, because that's the only place you're going to be safe. And even then, I ain't guaranteeing anything, because that bitch is going down too. Epstein. A few weeks later in February, the 2 elder sons hosted a confab at Mar-a-Lago, billed as the first World Liberty Forum, attended by a roster of A-list names, including Nicki Minaj, the main hostage of the Trump administration, Nicki Minaj, who has had to do all kinds of things because she needs her family to get what is her cousin needs a pardon or something? Somebody needs a pardon. Someone needs a pardon in the Nicki Minaj family. Anyway. Oh boy. Goldman Sachs CEO David Solomon and FIFA President Gianni Infantino. Of course, I think Infantino's on his way out. I think he made a boo-boo. I think he licked a little too much ass. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that great a series. The pool was decorated with a giant version of World Liberty's Golden Eagle logo. Also on display were the many ways the Trumps were making money off their crypto enterprise. The family presented plans to finance the Dumps organization's new hotel in the Maldives, featuring yacht-like floating villas using World Liberty's stablecoin. As a magical day, said Eric. As magical. Sun didn't attend the conference, but was in the process of finalizing his own deal with the Dump administration that would improve his fortunes in other ways. On March 5th, the SEC announced a settlement of the case against Sun. This is what I meant, not a pardon. Oh, on March 5th, the SEC announced a settlement of the case against Justin Sun. Isn't that incredible? Ah, what a coinkydink. The one involving Lindsay Lohan and other celebrity crypto promoters began almost 3 years earlier. The deal was very favorable for Sun. One of his companies, a lesser-known subsidiary called Rainberry, which operates BitTorrent, had to pay a fine of $10 million. It was, in Sun's terms, less than 2 bananas. As part of the settlement, I think he bought the banana painting. Remember that banana that was taped to the wall? I think he bought that. I think that's one of his claims to fame. As part of the settlement, neither Sun nor any of his companies admitted any wrongdoing. There you go. All the claims against Tron and Sun personally were dropped. Seems like a pretty good investment. I guess he got the return on his investment he was really looking for. I don't know. And Sun's team has emphatically rejected the notion that his World Liberty investment greased the gears in Washington. Yeah, come on now. Don't do that. Don't say that. No. No, it couldn't happen that way. No. Oh, husband and brother. Oh, wait, who's husband and brother? Yeah. All the claims against Tron, blah, 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 rejected the notion, suggesting the timing was coincidental, but no one could argue that the investment had hurt Sun's legal prospects. Had hurt or hadn't hurt? For the Trumps, World Liberty continued to pay off on a historic scale. In April, CoinDesk reported that World Liberty had taken 5 billion WLFI tokens from its treasury and used them as collateral to borrow 75 million in stablecoin. The company then sent those stablecoins to a Coinbase account through which it could easily sell them on the open market. The maneuver appeared to give World Liberty team an additional way to cash out, this time on tokens that were still technically frozen, not available to average WLFI holders. I'm not sure I totally understand that. Similarly, Dump's financial disclosure shows 9 World Liberty transactions that look different from the others. These entries are labeled as sales of cryptocurrency wallet keys, which the former World Liberty advisor says likely means the Dumps sold wallets containing frozen tokens. Dun, dun, dun. The practice is not uncommon in the industry. The buyer acquires the tokens at a discount and intends to flip them for a profit in the future after they're unlocked. But it was also not a viable option for most WLFI holders whose lock tokens weren't even always visible in their own wallets and who would probably have had to take a much steeper markdown than Dump. Okay, can I just say, like, if any SEC regulated venture was like this, there would be about 3 points I could name where it would have been stopped in the process, even under the worst, well, not the worst administration, because here we are, but even under prior administrations, you know, like the SEC would have intervened in things like this, where the token owner is manipulating people's access to their investments and other things. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I know. Yeah, they'd probably make that illegal. But anyway, so I mean, I'm just like, I'm so much struggling with just like listening to these details and then thinking, like, in a normal situation with an SEC that was functional, you would actually have people stopping and trying to protect investors, no matter even if they're like the Justin Sons of the world who are like scam artists on their own. There would still be protections in place. This is really crazy. It's crazy to me that disinformation has gotten us so far off the mark that people now don't accept like the most basic right and wrong. You know, like it does. You don't have to be a financial genius to understand what's wrong with this picture, right? You can't just fucking, people give you money. It's like you put money in a bank and you buy a certificate of deposit, but then they tell you that you're not going to have access to your certificate of deposit when it becomes due, so you're not going to get your money back. And furthermore, you may not even see that certificate of deposit in your online account because they're locked down. No bank could do that to you. No bank could do that to you. It's just shocking that we're letting this train hurtle down the track. It's just really fucking shocking to me, but whatever. Okay, the practice is not uncommon. Okay, but it was not a viable option. Together, these transactions represent nearly $291 million in income for the president and his family. Yeah. Hi, TV2. It's good to see you. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. Hello, my friend TV2. I've seen you holding it down, doing your thing. I love it. Everyone, please, TV2_live. When I'm not live, even when I am live, please go over there. We love TV2. I would happily share audiences with him. So, hey, brother. All right, let's see how much farther we want to go on this, because again, I'll just go ahead and link the whole thing into it so that you can. Okay, boring. We've got other things we've got to talk about. Okay, we've got other things we have to talk about. And I'm still 4 hours in, but I'm not stopping. We got stuff. I'm reading these goddamn stories. Okay, I'm not going anywhere. Okay. All right. So yeah, I'll share more about Justin's son, but suffice to say, the Trumps are fucking criminals. I don't know, I don't know, do the math. This is a fun one. FCC commissioners face ethics complaints for taking luxury gifts from Paramount. Brandon? That's Brandon Carr, the head of the FCC. He's a fucking dick. He's like the most unfunny man in history, and he's taking it out on everybody. TV's the one who turned me on to Lolo. Fuck yeah. We love TV too, because you have come over. Stephanie came over from there. Macaroni came over. Lots of you guys are the loveliest additions to the family. I just feel like we're one big family. TV2 Live, Lolo's Lounge. We're all one big family. He introduced us to Political Drain. Oh my God. Hooked. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Brandon Carr taking money from a Paramount. All right. Yeah. Here we go. 2 government watchdog groups have demanded, let me make this a little bigger. 2 government watchdog groups have demanded investigations and whether Federal Communications Commission members violated ethics requirements by accepting luxury gala tickets from Paramount as the company sought government approval for its $100 billion acquisition of Warner Brothers Discovery. The complaints filed by Democracy Defenders Fund and Citizens Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, CREW, cite a recent ProPublica investigation that detailed how CBS or its parent company, now Paramount, have for years given FCC commissioners tickets to the Kennedy Center's Honors Gala, which the television network sponsors. The commissioners accepted the gifts even if the FCC was reviewing or about to review major Paramount business decisions, including 2 mega mergers. Commissioner Olivia Trustee's most recent financial disclosure said Paramount gave her 2 tickets to the December 2025 Honors Gala that together were worth more than $12,000. How in the world are 2 tickets to the Kennedy Center $12,000? I've been to the Kennedy Center. I know. Actually, TV2 did beautiful coverage of Michigan last night and all the primaries. Wonderful coverage. Skydance. ProPublica's investigation found FCC members had long enjoyed a night out at the Kennedy Center, courtesy of CBS or its parent company. 7 of the 10 commissioners who served since 2016 accepted tickets worth more than $260,000. Well, that's a problem. According to a ProPublica analysis of ethics disclosures, FCC Brendan Carr's financial statements show he has reported accepting Honors Gala tickets from CBS or its parent company 8 times since his 2017 appointment to the commission. Carr, who also voted in favor of the Paramount Skydance merger last year, sat with his wife in a private skybox in December at the December Gala with Paramount CEO David Ellison and other executives from Paramount and CBS. Such seats sold for $125,000 a ticket. Yikes. Carr disclosed on his latest financial statement that he accepted tickets from Paramount for himself and a guest to the 2025 gala and reception worth $12,390. Carr did not respond to a request. And to clarify the apparent difference in value between those tickets and the skybox seats, the FCC only released Carr's disclosure late on Friday, more than a month after ProPublica had first requested it. The document says the agency certified it on June 22nd. Federal ethics rules ban employees from taking gifts from any entity that it does business with, which is regulated by or seeks official action from their agency. That makes kind of sense. The federal gift regulations and the gratuities statutes exist to ensure that the government decisions are made on merits, free from the influence of private benefits, the Democracy Defenders Fund said in its complaint. The public must have confidence that the FCC's review process is not compromised by self-dealing or the appearance of impropriety. There's a roller skate extravaganza that doesn't get roller ball. Xanadu billing. Wait, what? I think I might have seen Starlight Express. Oh, yeah, Starlight Express. Yeah. I've seen a bunch of stuff at the Kennedy, because I had tickets to the Washington Ballet, and I would always go see it. I loved that. And then I saw a couple of shows there, like Grease. It was terrible. And then I saw, what else? Oh, my God. I saw Elf once. Oh, God, that was horrible. What a horrible idea for a musical. Sorry. I hope there's no, like, Elf musical fans out there, but that sucked balls. I had to leave. It was so boring. It was so boring. Sorry. We went down my theater critic role. Yeah. Did you see it? The public must have confidence that, okay, yeah, well, we don't. Carr, trustee, and the FCC did not respond to requests for comment. The agency's inspector general declined to comment. Nobody's talking. An FCC spokesperson previously told ProPublica that ethics officers have for years cleared commissioners to accept the tickets, finding it consistent with the ethics law. And Paramount's chief communications said it was decades-long CBS practice to invite government officials from both parties, damn it, to the Kennedy Center. Carr last year defended the FCC's approval of the Paramount merger with Skydance, saying it advances the public interest. How? How does it advance the public interest? The FCC's review of the Paramount-Warner Brothers merger is one of the final federal hurdles facing a historic consolidation of two of the 5 largest film studios in Hollywood. The deal would unite Paramount Skydance with Warner Brothers, bringing under the control of one company, Paramount Plus and HBO Max, streaming services, CBS and CNN, and scores of other major broadcast channels, cable networks, and digital platforms. Shrek was terrible. I didn't see the live version of Shrek. 4 ethics expert told ProPublica that by accepting the tickets, trustee and Carr had compromised. Although I'm a terrible, I'm a terrible person to go to Broadway shows with, because I just can't stand them unless there's certain ones. Like Hadestown is like the only musical I can see. and Sweet Charity, which is actually a really good musical with really good songs. Okay, I'm going to stop. I'm a little all over the place. Let's see. 4 ethics, blah, blah, blah. Okay. The Democracy Defenders Fund, led by Norm Eisen, former ambassador to the Czech Republic and White House ethics czar under President Barack Obama, filed its grievance on Thursday with the Federal Office of Government Ethics, the FCC's Inspector General, and the Ethics Office. The group said the investigation should examine whether Carr and Trustee broke rules on accepting gifts or broke criminal laws prohibiting federal officials from accepting illegal gratuities. See, they should repay. If this is a long-term practice, I don't give a shit. At the same time, I think we know that there's something shitty happening with the Skydance Paramount merger, and that's the problem. I don't give a shit if they go to the ball. Really, you know what I mean? Oh, elementary school Shrek? Oh, that's too bad. Actually, that would be probably funnier than an adult version of trying to do it. Yeah, they shouldn't accept the gifts to the gala tickets, but that's not, I don't know. I want to dig into the reasons why they would try to, push through this merger. I mean, frankly, it's too much. Antitrust comes to mind. With puppets, puppets always make it better. Always. I want to come to this. This is the Wyden report on Epstein. Oh, I wanted to read this. I pulled this up. I got a couple more things for us to go through. So still, you're going to, no. She didn't get a call back? Oh, yeah. U.S. has used virtually all of its long-range precision missiles during Iran war, sources say. This is from 2 days ago? 2 days ago? I'm a little out of it. Is today the 5th or the 6th? Oh, it's the 5th. Oh, I'm not behind. Avenue Q, that's a good one. Avenue Q, that's a good one. I like that one. Everyone's a little bit racist sometimes. Doesn't mean we go around committing hate crimes. Little bit. Shrek was fine until all the fairy tale characters showed up. Yeah, right? Fuck. Yeah, there's some good music. Okay, there's some good musicals. Yeah, so this is, yeah, oh, whoops. Oh, we lost another one. The U.S. has used virtually all PRSM and ATACMS munitions, two sources say. U.S. also burned through a little less than half its global Tomahawk supply, one source says. Is this true? Yeah, Dan Kane warned about it, but you know what? Warning schmornings. It did have a moment. It did. U.S. also burned through a little less than half its global Tomahawk supply. Some officials worry the low stockpiles will affect U.S. readiness should another conflict break out. Excuse me, we broke this conflict. Okay. Any conflict we're in, we did it. Literally. Okay? This is all self-inflicted wounds. That's what this war is. This is a vanity war to avoid being held accountable for being a child rapist. Ouch. I can't believe how we're not having these really, really frank conversations. Like, I mean, I would start with RFK Jr. and say, how can you work for a man who credibly alleged to have raped children? Like, that's the first question. That's it. If you can't answer that, I don't even know. I don't care about the other answers to your questions. I don't care. And if you're sitting there going, oh, yeah, DEI is bad, and you're the problem. You are a fucking bigoted, racist motherfucker. Period. Full stop. So mad. I have so much to say. It's been a long month, y'all. I've been waiting for you guys for a month to tell you all the things I think. Well, the U.S. Army has used up much of its global stockpile of highly accurate long-range missiles during its 5-month war with Iran, according to 3 people familiar with the data, raising concerns about the military's readiness for future conflicts. This is from Reuters. You know, the communists over at Reuters. The hyperbolists. The missiles are principally the Army's surface-to-surface weapons, known as the Army Tactical Missile Systems, ATACMS, and precision. This is why I can never be in the military. What do you mean it can't be credibly alleged? What does that mean? What do you mean? I swear to God. The U.S. has used virtually all of these weapons, according to 2 of the sources. The degree to which the military is running out of ATACMS and PSMs has not previously been reported. The capacity for that idea has been short-circuited away. What do you mean, short-circuited? What does that mean? I can't say that anymore. Damn it. I thought I was being really good and careful by saying credibly alleged. No? The long-range munitions, which cost more than $1 million each, are an important part of the military's arsenal, allowing accurate strikes from a safe distance. U.S. supplied ATACMS have played a key role in the war in Ukraine, allowing Ukrainian forces to attack targets inside Russia. The PRSM is a newer, more advanced generation that will replace the ATACMS, which have a shorter range. Well, that's good. I didn't know that. The dramatic rundown in precision long-range missiles means U.S. President Trump may have to rely more on riskier piloted bombing missions if he relaunches large-scale attacks on Iran. Oh, if it's alleged, it must be incredible? But isn't it just alleged until it's proven? Maybe just accused. Credibly accused? Is that the better way to say it? Maybe that's the better way to say it. Credibly accused. I want to get this right. get my insult right. Okay. So, yeah. Dump launched the war jointly with Israel in February, predicting that the conflict would last a short time. Where is Israel? I know they're bombing Lebanon, so don't get me wrong. I know they're still doing trouble. But where are they? I thought this was their idea. I thought we were doing this because Israel wouldn't exist anymore. What happened? No, fake news is all not credible. Wait, what? Accused? Credibly accused? Oh, I see what you're saying. Credible. Okay, it's the credible word that's problem. Okay, all right. I could say something like multiply accused. 420. It's time to smoke. I got to figure out the camera situation on the thing, on the balcony, because that's where I smoke. So we'll go out to the balcony and smoke, but I just have to figure out how the logistics are of getting a camera out there. I think I know what to do though. I might test it. Okay, let's see. But as the war drags on, three people familiar with the matter expressed worry that the failing missile supplies could limit the U.S. ability to deter adversaries, including Russia and China. I think it's interesting too, because the whole drone thing, the whole drone stuff, and where we're putting our money in terms of weird munitions. Yeah, no, I want you to come with me though. I want you to come with me. I'll figure it out. I think I have a plan. I just need to test it. A fourth person familiar with the matter said that despite the high usage of precision weapons, the U.S. can resupply. Central Command, which oversees U.S. forces in the Middle East, has been able to reload from U.S. military supplies around the world, the person said. The sources interviewed for this story spoke on condition of anonymity. Asked for his comment on the stockpile data, the White House issued a statement from dump saying that the U.S. had far more munitions than anyone in the world. Yeah, do you believe him? Okay, yeah, Trump's a pedophile. Yeah, okay. Does it tend to reflect poorly on our guy? Not credible. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, facts are facts. I mean, we just need to, I guess we just need to really actually investigate. We should probably investigate them. Now, this is, I want to go to this. And we won't get to all of it, but I'll probably I'll read through it and pick out some parts, because what's really struck me in the last 24 hours when I heard about this report that Ron Wyden did about banking and sex trafficking and all the things. Credibility is not a fact. It's true. You're right. I'm using the wrong words. I get it. I gotta figure out my words. I gotta figure out my words better. But what struck me when I heard about this yesterday was that that Deutsche Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, of all places, have been and continue to look us away from any criminal activity going on, which is really interesting. Yes, you will see me tomorrow. I'm back. I'm back, baby. I've moved out. I've cleaned the old apartment. It is clean. Capital One, which we want to talk about that one too. Oh my God, very good one. Thank you, human being. Oh my God, so much. That's true. Depending on the goal of comms. Yeah, that's a good point. No, but I should be more thoughtful about it. I'm trying to be thoughtful about it, which is why I always used credibly alleged, but I get it. Your point is well taken. Credible is not, credible is a feeling until proven. So yeah, Capital One, the fact that these banks continue to operate and support, in this case, what is maybe the most, the largest and involving the most high level names, sex trafficking ring in the world, that we are okay with banks just moving money, not taking any action. What was the Capital One thing? They advised him that they were closing those hundreds of accounts. They're not there with you to be. Yeah, I know. It should be shocking, though, right? It shouldn't be shocking. Bye, Neil. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. The fact that these banks are just allowed to continue and can ignore things like suspicious activity reports. And Capital One can silently say, yeah, we just closed hundreds of your accounts because they have the hallmarks of money laundering, but not do anything with that is ridiculous. It's just fucking ridiculous. It seems like Capital One is getting sued by Dump for not letting him launder money. Yeah, exactly. Oh, Barry Weiss halted his interview with CBS on White. Really? I did not know that, Teresa. Well, I just think the banks are really somewhere we should be paying a lot more attention to in terms of scrutiny and calling out the bad actors. Because I'm going to tell you right now, Deutsche Bank alone has probably been the cause of so much global suffering that it is unimaginable. And the fact that bankers have turned a blind eye. I mean, I worked in a financial institution that was regulated. I worked in retail brokerage. And we had huge compliance departments, and we had the know your customer, and we had all these rules. And I'm going to tell you right now, we followed those motherfucking rules. I mean, this is a whole other level of banking, right? Like when you're talking about wealth management and stuff like that. But I'll be honest with you, this sounds really dumb. I always believed, even as a vice president in the brokerage firm, as a vice president, right? Someone who was trained in compliance, I believed, someone who worked with the executive branch, with the C-suite on the daily with projects that were going on. I always was like, okay, we're all holding the same compliance things in our mind, right? We're all holding the same thing in our mind, you know? So but at the same time, then I realized there's parts of these companies like Bank of America where there are decisions being made at levels that just don't even consider compliance. And I look at that as someone who worked in the financial services industry, and I would never have thought to be cavalier with compliance. And I know I wasn't alone. I wasn't alone. So the fact that we will continue to let these banks can just keep supporting this and helping people find ways to hide is bullshit.
You're going to need a bigger boat.
Yeah. Anyway, I want to see kind of what's in this report, although I am going to go through it. And so I'll just go through the TOC. Let's see. Federal law requires timely reporting of suspicious financial transactions. Bank of America failed to properly. This is not big enough for mommy. Mommy is so saying a little bigger. Let's see. Federal law requires. Okay, Bank of America failed to properly screen and report Leon Black's payments to Epstein. Leon Black was overwhelmingly the largest source of funding for Epstein's sex trafficking. Epstein used 134 accounts at JP Morgan Chase to facilitate thousands of suspicious transactions, which I guess when later on when Jamie, what's his name, Dimon came into JP Morgan Chase, just didn't want to look at it. He says, I heard about Epstein, but I didn't know the guy. Yeah, have all the related Capone SARS been produced too? I don't know, but at least we have these. I mean, there are suspicious activity reports. JP Morgan Chase failed to report Epstein's suspicious transactions to the U.S. government. I mean, you know, guys, I can't tell you. Compliance is like a real thing in financial industry. Like you literally have to file reports. Like you can't hide that. I mean, I guess you can hide it at a certain level in the bank. Top JPMC executives were aware of Epstein's problematic behavior. Is that what we're calling it now? Problematic behavior? No, you want to know why? Because the head of JP Morgan Chase at that time was Jess Staley, who was a client of Epstein's. Yeah. After forcing him from the bank, JP Morgan Chase continued activity with Epstein and delayed reporting of his suspicious activity to the U.S. Treasury Department. Haul all those people in front of a judge. They wouldn't close the accounts without many SARs over a long period of time to each account. Agreed. No, I definitely think that they don't make cavalier decisions about closing accounts. Trust and believe. They don't. Yeah, please. Deutsche Bank. There we go. Deutsche Bank turned a blind eye. Key aides oversaw Epstein's movement of cash and should be investigated. Obstruction from the Trump administration. Okay, Bank and Epstein's have paid $900 million to settle Epstein-related lawsuits, and they're still paying them. Banks and Epstein's estate have paid. Oh wait, banks refused to cooperate with Wyden's investigation. Bankers have faced no consequences. All right. Oh, the 60 Minutes is being suppressed by CBS News leadership. Anyway, I'll go through this document and we'll pull out some parts and we can read more about it because this is not going to go away. But we really do have to talk about the banks. We really do. Over 300 accounts. Yeah, that's a lot. We could also reform shell companies in this country. I mean, there's a ton of stuff we could actually do that would actually be important. They freak out and clamp down on ordinary customers. Ask me how I know. Yeah, it's true, but they don't have to. I know how that works. They don't have to. They can just apply the same rules that they apply to you and me, to the big depositors, the whales, and then they can figure it out. Yeah, they are going to. I know. I actually want to, I should pull up that Capital One thing. I'll do that for tomorrow's show because I want to talk about that human in relation to the Wyden investigation on Epstein and the banks. So I'll pull the stuff on the Capital One suit because I don't know enough about that to talk in any, well, of course, I don't know enough about anything to talk with any authority, but at the same time. But I want to celebrate my friend, Jim Stewartson. I want to proudly celebrate my friend, Jim Stewartson, and say, congratulations, brother. You win. Jim Stewartson, if you don't know, is a friend of ours, obviously. And he's also a blogger. He's a blogger. And he was sued by both, in fact, he's in court today. He was sued by both Mike Flynn for calling him, for, I guess, calling him like being behind Q and other things. And he also was sued by Kash Patel for calling Kash Patel a chud and a Kremlin bitch. And, you know, laying out the case of why these two men are actually very compromised and traitors, etc. So Jim has done that work over the years. And so as a result of that work, he was sued by both Mike Flynn and by Kash Patel. Well, as we may know, in the Mike Flynn case, Mike had to pull his case because he didn't have any evidence to present. I don't know why, but he basically lost. So after all that time taking Jim to court, he tacoed. Kash Patel, on the other hand, was ready to move forward with his case, but the court decided to grant Jim's motion to dismiss on the grounds that there was nothing there and that Jim was exercising his First Amendment right to speak on the individuals involved and their actions, and just like any other blogger, to do analysis on those. So I just want to say, congratulations, Jim. You're a good man, and I know you, and you are a good person, and I'm very proud to be your friend. And I'm very proud for you to have stood up to those two guys and spent all that money trying to defend free speech. And that's really it. That's what Jim has been defending, free speech. So all the haters can suck my dick a lot. But at the end of the day, Jim was right. And the cowards backed down or were forced to back down. because they didn't have anything against Jim. And Jim actually was spot on. So congratulations, my friend. You deserve this. I hope you persevere in all the ways that you need to persevere. But I wanted to read Jim's latest piece. This is from a week ago. Dead Enders. What's more dangerous than a cornered malignant narcissist? 3 of them. And we'll finish with this. The world has never been in more danger, not because Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, and Elon Musk are succeeding, but because they are failing. Musk is losing his money and his connection to reality. Putin is losing to Ukraine and the loyalty of his people. Trump is losing to Iran and at everything else. That's right. Each of these men is very different with radically divergent beliefs, but they share a rare trait, a constellation of oh man, Jim, your thing's in the way. Psychopathologies referred to by many psychologists and psychiatrists as malignant narcissism. This is not a quirk of personality. It defines them. As Erich Fromm, who initially coined the terms, described it, malignant narcissism is a combination of narcissism, psychopathy, sadism, and paranoia. The world has seen these kinds of men before, and the world has paid the price for allowing them to rise to power and ultimately to fail spectacularly. But the world has not seen 3 of them with this much power at so much risk of losing it at the same time. 2 of the men who control the vast majority of the world's nuclear weapons and the world's richest man who controls a great deal of global infrastructure and influence are all in danger of collapsing at once. The scenario is made even more perilous because these 3 authoritarians have historically been allies. The increasing divide between them makes them less effective collectively, but far more volatile as individuals. It sounds like the Chatosphere. What does that mean? 3 quagmires. Sadism is the passion to have absolute and unrestricted control over a living being, the transformation of impotence into omnipotence. That's an Erich Fromm quote. Oh, the John Oliver. Yeah, that was really cool. Trump's war on Iran is not just a quagmire, it's a metaphysical trap. He cannot win militarily, but he also cannot lose psychologically. He's unable to process defeat, so as a sadist, he converts pain into winning. They haven't received enough pain yet. Donald Trump. Trump has no good options remaining. He blundered through every solution except the 2 worst. 1, accept an even worse humiliation than the first surrender, or 2, commit a potentially existential error by launching a ground invasion of Iran. While Trump can continue to deplete our ammunition with his fruitless bombing campaign for a little longer, so far he has only managed to kill more Americans, punish our own allies, and endanger the global petroleum supply. On Ukraine, similarly, Vladimir Putin's 3-day war on Ukraine is now 4.5 years old. His own narcissism and totalist belief in Russia's destiny to be restored as an Eurasian empire has steered him into creating his own existential quagmire. Putin has essentially the same 2 choices as Donald Trump: radically escalate with a national conscription or face humiliating surrender. Zelensky has effectively proven to Putin and crucially to the Russian people that Ukraine can project military power into any region of Russia it wants. Drone attacks have destroyed half the warehouses of wild berries, the Amazon of Russia, which has been increasingly used as a military supply chain. Nearly every major oil plant in Russia has been hit. The skies of Moscow and St. Petersburg, both cities Kash Patel intends to visit, have been repeatedly darkened. Like Trump, Putin's reaction to his losses is to try and reestablish dominance through sadism by bombing Ukrainian hospitals, apartment buildings, and daycare centers. Elon has a different kind of self-created quagmire. His empire has started to crack, and not in a small way. As predicted, both Tesla and SpaceX are struggling to justify their absurd stock prices. Tesla came in with a terrible quarter in which they lost money despite growing revenue, and SpaceX, which has never made money without government subsidies, has lost 50% of its value from the peak and continues to drop. There is Tesla, former trillionaire. Did he put that on there? Oh, he did. Musk is he's a little upset. I think he's a little upset. Musk has also had a string of such extreme, racist, bizarre behavior that it has started to get the attention of even mainstream publications. After his months-long effort to discredit Christopher Nolan's film The Odyssey for hiring a black woman to play Helen of Troy, the film is set to be Nolan's biggest yet. This led Musk to pledge to make a new historically accurate, i.e. white, version of the story built with grok. He did. He did. The Economist, which also, those commies at The Economist, which also published parts of an extended interview with Musk on Thursday, also exposed how extreme and unconnected to reality he has become. Musk was agitated, aggressive, and disrespectful. When asked how many people he thought would be killed by his cuts at USAID, Musk threw up a sign used by white supremacists and sneered zero several times before blaming Bill Gates and the NGOs. In the clip below, Musk predicts that within 10 years, humans will be like chimpanzees compared to super intelligent AIs who will be in charge of us. He admits that there is a 10 to 20% chance that killer robots will wipe out humanity in the interim, but he's decided for everyone to just roll with it. This was a crazy interview.
AI may exceed the sum of human intelligence in around 5 years.
In 5 years?
Roughly 5 years is my guess.
He's wrong.
So there really won't be anything that AI
in my life.
can't do better than humans, apart from being human, perhaps.
At a more prosaic level, what will life be like?
The most likely outcome is an age of amazing abundance, where anyone can have anything they can think of. This may sound preposterous, but well, here we are in 2026. Let's see where we stand in 2036. Now, of course, there are things that could derail this, like a massive global thermonuclear war or something like that.
He's wearing the Jensen Huang shirt.
But assuming that there's not World War III, I think we're headed for an age of amazing abundance. So this is, I guess, a message of optimism and excitement about the future.
You're sure that humans will no longer be in control in 10 years' time?
I think it is unlikely, in the same way that if you had a vastly more, if the difference in intelligence between AI and humans is vastly greater than the difference in intelligence between AI and chimpanzees.
I'm trying to spell some bullshit.
It's hard to imagine that the chimpanzees would be in charge.
I'm really
And
struck
we
by
are
this.
essentially an evolved form of chimpanzee. So it wasn't that long ago that we were swinging through the trees, eating bananas in the jungle. And we still eat bananas.
You said there was a 10 to 20% chance of killer robots wiping out humanity.
Yes.
So you sounded worried then. Now you seem very relaxed about it. Have you changed your view?
He's going to be
I still
on
think there's
Mars.
risk associated with AI and
thinks he's
robots.
gonna
It's
be
not
safe.
zero. I guess I've come to my sort of philosophical conclusion is to look on the bright side. I can't see any way to really stop this incredible momentum of AI and robots. And at times I sort of think, well, perhaps, even if there was a stop button, we probably shouldn't press it. Because
Yay, Josh is here.
because the most likely outcome is incredible abundance for all.
Were there bananas then? That's a good question. It's funny because I put something up about AI. What was it? I posted something. I'm on X because I've been knocked off Blue Sky because there are actual people out there who hate Jim Stewartson so much and hate me so much that they literally go in and get me reported. And they admitted as much. Well, in fact, they admitted it on X, that there's a group of people that are after me because I am friends with Jim Stewartson, or I don't know why, but they are after me, and they literally got my Blue Sky account taken down on their own admission, which I have shared with the Blue Sky moderator to say, I'm being targeted by these idiots. So I'm sorry that you don't like my jokes, but I'm not a voice on Blue Sky that should be silenced. And yet I'm one joke away from being permanently banned on Blue Sky because I'm being targeted by these weirdos. Seriously. I mean, they admitted it. I'm not making it up. Like they said, oh yeah, and we're going to get you off of X too, because I came back onto my X account after being knocked off of Blue Sky. Anyways, all to say, I posted something on X about AI, about the Rogue, about the Anthropic and the OpenAI agents hacking into, yeah, they are brain broken. I posted something about the Anthropic then going rogue, and a friend who's very smart, I love him, SM Chatter, used to be all of our friends on X, and he has a new name on Blue Sky, and I can never remember it, but he's so smart, such a smart person. Anyway, he said, Lolo, it's not that they went rogue. And this is really important. AI agents don't go rogue. AI agents are misprogrammed and don't have guardrails. So this is a human error. If the AI went rogue, that's a human error. And that just really, it's a very simple statement, but it really put me on my heels. Like, oh yeah, like these things are programmed. So again, going back to my earlier point that if you take 10 people in a room, probably only 2 of them are really like super smart, like, genius kind of thing. That's the problem. The problem isn't the AI. The problem is that you've got les incompetents or evil people who can't possibly account for all scenarios or choose not to or shortchange it, right? Human being or programmed on purpose. So, I don't think that was just like a really good moment. Like, no. There are people who are doing these things, who are the ones who are creating the guardrails, who are creating the, So I am not going to believe the hype of, oh, in 10 years, AI is going to take over. Well, it's only going to take over if the people programming it don't do a good fucking job. Okay? Hello? It's only going to fuck us if we let it fuck us. So I don't want to be like super smart. It doesn't mean, I don't know what it, do you ever have like a project group and it's like there's a couple people who really know like logistics, or they really can like, or they can look at the big picture and kind of see it. Like what I'm trying to say in real terms is, it's not that people are stupid. I'm not saying that, because I count myself among what I would call the not intelligent people, but there are usually some really good problem solvers in a group, but it's not everybody. Not everybody is a great problem solver, right? And some people are just there for the paycheck, so they're not really thinking about it. Some people are, you know what I mean? Like, so I think I am sounding like I'm calling people dumb. It's not really that. It's just that when you really see a great project manager, there's not like tons of great project managers all over the place. So maybe I'm not saying it very well, but I just think sometimes we assume that there's a lot of competence, right? There's a lot of competence in the world, and it's just natural that there isn't a lot of competence in the world. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to talk down. I'm really just trying to state a thing. The hype of being super powerful and going to take over world is to get investors to dump billions on them, which is how they're making their money, right, Meowing Star? How the people in the AI are making their money is about investing. They're getting investors. It's the hype phase. Yeah, every time the next model is the one that's going to, yeah, exactly. So, yeah, you cannot put the paste back in the tube. All right, let's finish off Jim's piece and then this has been fun. I'm so glad to be back. I got to tell you, I'm really happy to be back. Seriously. This kind of techno-apocalyptic lunacy can slip by when you're making people money, but it's harder when you're making people feel like bag holders. Musk's only real options are to get a bailout from Donald Trump, which I think is the end game, by the way. I think the end game is it doesn't matter what happens to your business. If you go balls to the wall with this regime, they will bail you out. That's what I think is the game. It's the great cash out, and I'm calling it that, and I'm going to trademark it. And that's going to help me sleep at night. Musk's only real options are to get a bailout or to merge Tesla into SpaceX, which I think he was going to do that, right? Which would make him the unaccountable sovereign of a multi-trillion-dollar company that still loses money. It would just concentrate the losses into a single target. There would be nowhere left to run. In summary, Putin cannot win, Trump cannot win, Elon's money is a mirage, but malignant narcissism is a bottomless pit. These men have no morals, no empathy, and no humanity. No transgression of laws or norms will stop them from trying to keep their status. That's the important part right there. And no amount of bloodshed will appeal to their better angels because they have none. The political 5/8 socket wrench of your MAGA neighbor denies your woman, right? It is unique in modern history to have a world so thoroughly dominated by malignant narcissists. While we've had plenty of prominent ones across the ages, we seem to have reached a kind of peak narcissism which the world must confront. Otherwise, we will fall into a kind of global neo-feudalist techno-fascism that extracts more and more from the population, while the elites get more and more untouchable. However, the three quagmires bedeviling Trump, Musk, and Putin are threatening to create a more fundamental problem for them. A very good case is being made against the core ideology of all three men, dominance as the only true path to power. Elon's case for financial and racial dominance, Trump's case for his own personal dominance, and Putin's case for imperialist dominance are all being showed to be fraudulent. The threat to the collective sovereignty is compounded by the significant overlap in America between people who have believed all three of their core ideas. MAGA and Musk cults have been led to believe Putin is a great leader. MAGA was led to believe that crypto and Musk meant infinite wealth. The technology gurus were led to believe that Trump was good for them and their industry, and so on. But the realization hits that any one of these men are a failure. Questions may naturally arise about the others. If Russia is such a failure in Ukraine, why have Trump and Musk been so admiring of Putin? If Musk is losing me money, why did Donald Trump give him so much power? If Trump can't win a war against Iran that he said he already won, why should we trust him about anything else? This may create a cascade of realizations, or at minimum raise doubts about all three men at once. This is how the fall of personality cults often works. One insight that breaks through may lead to many others. Once it starts, it may be impossible to stop. Desperate men mean desperate times. Malignant narcissists will consume anything and anyone to stay in power, including their own people or each other. Putin extracts military power from the bodies of his own people. Trump extracts personal aggrandizement from America's resources. Musk extracts radicalization, influence, and money from his 240 million followers. Of course, all this consumption of people and resources is a dead end, but these are the ultimate dead enders, messianic demagogues with nothing inside and everything to lose. Malignant narcissists don't believe anyone else deserves to enjoy life or even to exist without them, so they always try to take the world with them when the end comes. As I was finishing this article Friday night at the second attempt at the 2026 White House Correspondents' Dinner, Trump said this as if to demonstrate. But you people have no idea how lucky you are when I'm gone. You're all going to be broke. Your business model is going to be finished. No, it's true. When I'm not around, you're going to be broke. There's not going to be anybody to report on. Nobody gives a damn about anybody else. I'm not going to make you listen to him. He means it. Trump would prefer that when he goes, everyone is miserable or dead. The greatest challenge to the survival of the human race is preventing the rise of the most dangerous psychopathologies to the most powerful positions in the world. Otherwise, it's just a matter of time before malignant narcissist succeeds in making themselves the last one by taking us all with them. Power without love is reckless and abusive. Martin Luther King Jr. Nice. Well, that's depressing. No. Well, that's depressing. Let me cancel that. Look, this is the room. There's my patio doors. I go out to the patio there. We'll show you that tomorrow. I'm going to figure it out. Ask the luckiest one. Oh no, 6 minutes behind. Lolo, do you think AI can get smarter or defiant enough to override a command? I mean, I guess it could if it, I don't know. I'd kind of be curious to find out how, well, it kind of, isn't it interesting that the one time OpenAI decides to hack another company, it hacks another company that produces AI models? Huggy Bear, whatever it is. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Oh, wait, I missed Clark's comment here. Wait. I worked in vulnerability management for a global org. Some AI was essentially designed to run a fire sale on any internet-facing digital system, means AI owners can take over any government or org. Really? I mean, I think AI can be great. Can I tell you that? If AI does things like, you know, helps speed up medical discoveries and other things, that's amazing. That's what I want AI to do. I want that. You know, my sister's cancer has returned. I would really love my sister to be around. I would love it if they would get their act together on cancer. Right? Like, really. I'm all for it. But don't just fuck me, right? Like, give something back to the world. This is, I think, the fundamental difference between some people. And I kind of understand the other side of it. I kind of understand being protective and kind of like, mine. I don't want mine. I get it. And I understand that. But I think that there's a way to open up and just like open your heart and see that if we create a world where truly everybody has a chance, has a basic, decent life, do you understand that is going to change crime levels and everything? If you attack root causes and lift all boats, it really, really can be amazing. And artificial intelligence should be something really fucking cool that can help us figure out problems in such a fast time. Yeah, so I don't know. Okay, we're gonna play the intro one more time because I love it so much. I'm sorry, I really love this. I'm very proud of myself, and I love Barbra Streisand. So there. Okay, wait, where's oh here it is. Okay, here we go. Oops, is it gonna do it? Is it doing it? Can you hear it? Wait, can you not hear it?
Wow, fellas. You got the old girl now, fellas.
I love you guys. I love you guys. I love her and I love you guys. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of it though. Now I need to know how to get rid of it. Stop sharing? No. Cancel. But if she only knew how to do it. There we go. AI is good at producing. Wait, what? AI is good at processing large closed data sets with several large caveats. It doesn't innovate though, and it doesn't know. Interesting. That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. Even with cancer diagnosis, the one time it supposedly was better than people turned out all it did was flag x-rays from older machines as more likely. I'm talking about actual like medicines. You know what I mean? Like trying things. like literally, like that kind of stuff. Because those machines were used in areas with higher cancer rates, and used primarily on older population that actually didn't predict cancer, just what machines can. Interesting. Oh my God, that's so fascinating, meowing. That is so interesting. Oh, Clark knows all about it. Clark, I love you so much. Hit me up if you has questions about it. I will. Maybe we need to do a little AI show. Maybe. We need to do a little primer. I would love that. I would love that. What you're saying about assumption of super competence, that is on display in the WeWork series. Yeah, WeWork is an interesting story. Thank you, Scott. I was very proud of myself. Aw, Clark's been around since the beginning. So is Scott. You guys have been around since the very beginning. Like, we all started hanging out together. Pretend I came over with a plant. Wait, what happened? What'd I do? Anyway. All right. I'm so happy to be back. Thank you, meowing. Thank you so much. Really missed you guys. A little rusty, but I'll get there. Will I? Yeah, but will I? Anyway, tomorrow I'll show you the rest of the house. I love you guys. Thank you so much for coming. I'm not sure what my outro is going to be. Oh, maybe it just needs to be that again, because frankly, it makes me really happy. Yeah, it just makes me really happy. I'm so glad to be back. It's not even funny. It's not even funny. Okay, well, you know what? We're going to end it the way we have started it in the past. We're going to have some continuity here. All right, I'll see you guys.